we are live. It's time for the final episode. I have with me my trusty Coke and some peanut rings. These are amazing, by the way. I love them. So. Probably not gonna eat any during the stream because they make hella noise, but wait, probably my I'm gonna see if my mic picks it up, and if it does, then I'm gonna not do it. So I wonder why my lighting is so weird today. Hold on. I'm not gonna do that. The lighting is really weird today. It's okay. Anyway, I'm not gonna care about that too much. Let's just continue. We saved at... Oh, I forgot about daylight savings. Let's actually just change that real quick. Let's wait until 18. Wait, it says I'm not connected to the internet. The hell? Okay, I'm gonna check that later. After I'm done with this. Let's wait for the 18. Come on. Okay. Go faster time. Come on. Probably just turned to 17 when I went in here, huh? There we go. Okay, let's... I'm gonna... Okay, so I'm gonna... blur this. Just look at it. Connection test. Why am I not connected to the internet then? Connection's working, but I'm not connected to the internet for some reason. Okay, now I am. Great. Objection! Objection! Okay. Oh wait, there's DLC as well? I didn't know that. If there's DLC, I gotta buy it. Of course it's Choosey's theme. New DLC. Let's see what the DLC there is before we start. Wait, the sound of the 3DS is not going through. Even though there's sound. It's weird. Special episode. Join Phoenix, Edgeworth, Maya, and Larry as they solve the mystery of the time-traveling bride. Playable after episode 1. Paul and Clavier are forced to face off in court during Princess Rayfa's Goodwill Tour. Turnabout Revolution. We're playing as Apollo, apparently.
It's time for a revolution!
That's far enough.
Huh? Who's they?
It is I, the Plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo Twilight Realm.
Good people of Kurain, we can't allow things to go on like this.
The Defense Culpability Act has done nothing but produce countless victims of wrongful convictions. The time to act is now, for we, the Defiant Dragons, have obtained the ultimate weapon, the Founder's Orb. And to the Garenian regime, make no mistake about it, I will personally dethrone you. A dragon never yields, nor will he rest until his revolution is complete.
Okay. And this concludes the report on the recent television hijacking incident in Kurain. But really, who could have anticipated such a surprising turn of events? Did you hear that, Polly? Someone hijacked the airwaves over there. It's like something out of a movie. Apollo? Yeah. Dirk. What are you up to this time? Wait a second. Do you know the hijacker or something, Apollo? You could say that. That was a long time ago. And why do you know someone like that? I mean, you're calling him an insurgent. Yeah, about that. Hey now, is that any way to talk about the man who raised you? Huh? What? Hey there, Apollo. Long time no see. Have you been, son? It's that guy on TV. Ha! Guilty as charged. Surprised to see me, Apollo? I just beamed in from Kurain, and boy are my arms tired. I must be dreaming, or hallucinating, or both. No, you're not, Apollo. It's that TV hijacker slash insurgent in the flesh. I'm so confused. Mr. Hijacker, sir, I have so many questions I don't even know where to begin. But let's start with that bit about the man who raised you. Wait, don't tell me you haven't told anyone about me, son. It's okay to brag about it. Tell everyone your old man's me, the rebel Dirk. I mean, my face is all over the TV these days. I'm practically a celebrity. Tracy, what do you say we close up early today? What? Why? Oh, come on, son. No need for the cold shoulder. I know I'm going to regret this, but... What do you want, Dirk? You just show up here without warning after all this time. What gives? I came all this way to see you, son. Come, rejoice. Right. Why don't you tell me the real reason you're here? Well, okay, so maybe there's a little more something I need your help with too, but... The fact is I came to see you. That's the honest truth. Yes, I think we've established that. It figures. I haven't seen him in 10 plus years and he's already asking for a favor. He really is a rebel in the purest sense. He just does whatever he pleases. Come on, Polly, I need details. Inquiring minds I want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. Okay, okay. Hold your horses. First, I've got a few questions of my own. Pleased to meet you, little lady. My name is Dirk Sabati. I'm a rebel by trade. A rebel? But on TV they recall you an insurgent. So which is it? Personally, I vote for a rebel with a cause. A real headache for anyone in your way. Trissy. Ha! You got me there. I'm the head of a resistance group. The Defiant Dragons. We're like the good, the bad, and the ugly, but without the good parts. In Karain, I'm like the boogeyman. A tall tale parents used to spook their kids straight. That's too bad. You seem like you'd be a fun, cool guy to hang out with. This little lady's a real catch, son. I'm talking bribe material, if you get my drift. No! Wait, what? Oh, stop it! You're embarrassing me, Dad. She's a plucky one, alright. Someone pluck me out of my misery. Now, about that man who raised you business. What did Mr. Dirk mean when he said he's the man who raised you, Apollo? The truth is, I grew up in the Kingdom of Karain. Did I, never mention that? Oh, so you grew up in... Karain? Wait, are you saying you're not from around here, Polly? No, it's just I was raised in Karain when I was really little. Still, that's a shocker. It's like I hardly know anything about you. How come you never told me? Apollo, you really haven't said a word about your past, have you? Wait, that I was raised by a wanted criminal? It's like a bad joke. It does sound rather melodramatic. I doubt anyone would ever even believe you. So you two haven't seen each other in a while, huh? You could say that. I'd wager it's been at least 10 years. Wow. It's a really long time. Yeah, well, I figured he'd forgotten about me. Not a chance. It's just, well... Starting a revolution takes time, and keeping it going even more so. And being a wanted man, I just couldn't hop on a plane and come say hello. I get it. It's fine. But truth be told, it's weird having Dirk suddenly show up acting all paternal. I'd even almost forgotten about Kirain. No, that's not true. Probably tried to forget about it on purpose. Now then, Mr. Dirk. What is it we can help you with? I need to get my hands on the Founder's Orb. The most sacred treasure of Karain. That's where you come in. Founder's Orb? Wait, but didn't you say you already have it in that broadcast of yours? Ha! Don't go believing everything you see on TV, little lady. No one's seen hide nor hair of the Founder's Orb for some time. No way. So that was just a bluff? What are you going to do if you don't find it? I don't know. Guess that just means we have to find it, son. Because I can't really back down now, can I? Different year, same old Dirk. It's all coming back to me now. Hold on. I think I read something about this in the newspaper a while back. Something about you guys stealing a sacred treasure from a temple's treasure room? That's a load of crock. We didn't lay a finger on the orb. Really? Yes. Baseless allegations, all of it. Our enemy has really found a way to keep us on our toes. Ooh, so it's like a setup. That's the long and short of it. However, my compatriot has been hot on the orb's trail. And just the other day, his hard work finally paid off. We know the Founder's Orb is in Karine Village. Karine Village? Yes, I hear there are spirit mediums there. They even have direct relations with Karine. Spirit mediums, right. Some doctor of archaeology there supposedly has the orb. His name is Archie Buff. My defiant dragon compatriot has already made contact with him. Apparently, someone asked the doctor to study the orb. So whoever asked him to do that is the real thief? Most likely. Do you think this guy will just hand the orb over to you? My compatriot, Dats, says that Dr. Buff has already promised to do so. It seems he knew it had been stolen, and wanted to do the right thing. Dats, I remember running around with him when I was a kid. So he's here too, huh? Apollo, I want you to be present as my lawyer when I take possession of the orb. Would you do that for me? I haven't seen you in years, and you waltz in here asking for a favor? You have a lot of nerve, you know. Of course we'll help, right, Apollo? Wait, Trucy. Oh, come on. It's not like you have any work anyway. Besides, we're talking about rebels and legendary treasure here. It'll be fun. Oh, she always thinks I'm not. Fine, but I'll change my standard fee. I'll charge my standard fee. Now tell me about the Founder's Orb. If I remember correctly, the Founder is always depicted as a faceless spirit medium. What do you mean, faceless? Images of the Founder, the Holy Mother of Karine, never show her face. Depicted is to commit the greatest taboo in Karinism. The greatest taboo, huh? I wonder why. I mean, what could she have looked like to make them hide her face like that? As for the Founder's Orb, it was discovered during an excavation 8 years ago. It has an interesting legend that goes along with it. It's said that there is a riddle to the orb, and any who can solve it will receive immense spiritual power from the Founder herself. Sounds like one big fairy tale to me. In any case, it's just what us defiant dragons need to get a revolution started. With it, we can gain the spiritual power, and thus the legal authority to rule Karine. Wait, I suppose I believe this legend. No, wait, suppose I believe this legend. That anyone could become king or queen? And that's why you think it'll help you overthrow the Garen regime? Only the rulers of Karine have ever laid eyes on the orb, Apollo. A legendary treasure that bestows immense spiritual power. Doesn't that sound like something you'd want to see with your own 2 eyes? That does sound just a tiny bit intriguing. I don't care. I don't want to help a wanted criminal. I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay. Ah! Okay, this should be good enough. That should just about cover everything. Any other questions? Not right now. I almost forgot. I brought you a present. Eat up, son. Sushi? Figured you probably couldn't afford 3 square meals a day, so... Yay! I was just thinking it was time for lunch. You digging too, little lady. After all, we're practically family, right? Ha! Well, yeah, that's true, but... Thanks, Dad. Ooh, that cute tuna looks good. The salmon sushi's got my name on it. Aren't you hungry, aren't you hungry, son? This is some of the best sushi you'll ever have. I'm good. Oh, well, okay then. Actually, I have one more present for you. Here. What's this? Picture of your father. It's been 23 years since he passed away. Huh? This is my father? His name was Jove Justice. I haven't talked to you about your real father in some time, but as you know, he was a musician. A wandering minstrel, if you will. And a talented one at that. Why are you giving this to me now? I thought it was sad you didn't know what your old man looked like. I searched high and low to find that one picture. What's wrong, Apollo? Don't you want it? I don't know. I mean, it's not like I ever met the guy. Well, I went through all the trouble of finding it, so go on, take it. And don't ever let it go, you hear? Photo of my father added to the court record. Well, now that our bellies were full, what do you say we hit the road? 1 second. Hey, Trucy, any idea where Athena is? She left early this morning to pick up Daddy from the airport. Oh, I almost forgot. Mr. Wright is coming back today. Yeah, but I wonder why he cut his trip short like that. Anyway, shouldn't they have been back by now? Knowing Athena, she probably got lost. Well, there's no point in sitting around here waiting. Let's get going. I can't wait to see that super mysterious treasure. Crine Village, then. Founder's Orb awaits. So this is Crine, the mystical village of spirit channeling. And where ancient traditions come alive. Looks like a really peaceful place. I love the air here. Nothing beats the mountains. Huh, Apollo? When to think of it, we used to live way up in the mountains too, just like this. Sure brings back memories. Those were the days. The 3 of us living happily in peace. I still can't wrap my mind around it all, can you? You know? That Mr. Turk is not only Polly's daddy, but Prosecutor Submati's as well. And the way you two talked about it like it was nothing, the whole bus right here. I guess it is a lot to take in. But tell me, Mr. Turk, what was Apollo like as a kid? Oh, he was full of piss and vinegar. He was a real rascal. He and Ayuda used to run around in the open fields, naked as jaybirds. I've even got pictures of him posing in his birthday suit. Whoa, whoa, Dirk. No way. Prosecutor Somebody used to be like that too. The two of them would end up with leeches on their butts and cry like babies. Dirk, you don't think you've said enough? Oh, you're no fun. Yeah, I wanted to hear more about the misadventures of Polly. Hey, what are you people doing here? Emma! You know this lady, son? Yeah, this is Emma Sky. She's a detective. Technically speaking, I'm a forensics expert, but I'll let it slide. Anyway, I can't say I'm surprised to see you here. You always seem to pop up whenever there's trouble afoot. Still, what are the odds of running into you here in the boonies? By trouble, you mean you're investigating a case? Does it look like I'm here to sightsee? Wait, don't tell me you're not here to see Dr. Buff, are you? Huh? How'd you know that? We're actually on our way to meet with him right now. Figures. Well, follow me. I'll show you the way. Really? Well, look a gift horse in the mouth, son. Just follow the nice lady. So this is Dr. Buff's study. Wow, look at all those books. The shelves go from floor to ceiling. It's like a library in here. Yes, and lots of artifacts too. A true archaeologist's paradise. Look, son, there are so many relics they're spilling on the floor. What a delightfully amusing room. All I see is a mess. What was with that white outline? Emma? Where's the doctor? Well, the thing is, he died last night. Wait, what? It seems an avalanche of books knocked him off his bookshelf ladder. We're labeling it an accidental death. What? Please tell me you're joking. As if it would come all the way out here for a few laughs, Apollo. Yeah, I guess not. Scholar killed by his own books. Oh man, what do we do now? I mean, how can you transfer ownership of the orb to you if he's dead? Yes, that is a problem. Emma, can you please tell us exactly what happened? So the doctor died in an accident? I received a call this morning saying Dr. Buff has been found dead under a pile of books. This morning? Talk about a bad timing. You mentioned that he had fallen off a ladder. Right. We believe he fell from the top of that big ladder over there. Apparently, he triggered an avalanche of books while falling to reach one. And that sent him headlong on a fatal fall onto the hard floor. How sad, killed by his own books. But at least he was doing something he loved. For a scholar, I suppose it's kind of like a soldier being killed on the line of duty. You could say he died an honorable death. Emma, who was the first one to discover the body? About that, whoever it was, seems they wanted to remain anonymous. It happens now and then. Some people would rather not get involved with the police. I can relate to that. Yeah, being a wanted man and all. What now, Dirk? A dead man can't exactly hand over the orb. Well, we'll just have to find it. It must be around here somewhere. Just to fill you in, Emma, we're actually here to get something. Pops here had an agreement with the doctor. The doctor was supposed to hand over a sacred relic known as the Founder's Orb. Pops? Oh, I see. That could be a problem considering he's dead. You have a plan B? I have an agreement I have an agreement in writing. My compatriot Dats should have it. Well, there shouldn't be any problems then. So who is this gentleman you're escorting? Oh, right. I haven't introduced you yet. This is Dirk. He's from the Kingdom of Karine. All the way from Karine, huh? So what do you do there? I used to practice law, but I'm taking a break from all that. I'm focused now on making Karine a better place, though. Through volunteer work. Volunteer work, huh? How interesting. Well, it's not technically a lie. So, how do you two know each other? Oh, he's sort of my foster father. Come again? Yeah, and he's Prosecutor Sadmari's real father, too. You mean you and Prosecutor Sadmari... I'm so sorry. It seems you've had quite a life. Guess she's put a few things together. Actually, Dirk, you look kind of familiar. Have we met before? Not that I recall. Great, she must have seen that news report on TV. It will really complicate things if he figures out he does. There are lots of guys who look like him. You're not mistaking him for someone else? Are there, really? I mean, a middle-aged man with a long hair and an eye patch? You don't see that every day. Well, I'm sure you're just imagining things. So what does that sacred relic you're searching for look like? I mean, there's lots of stuff in here that's all relic-y. Indeed. Unfortunately, I have no idea what it actually looks like. So then how are we supposed to find it? That I do not know either. We'll just have to go through each candidate one by one. Great plan of attack there, Dirk. Well, Emma, do you mind if we give this room once over? I guess not. And in exchange, you're going to help me with my investigation. Sure. Can't hurt. So this is where Dr. Buff died. Poor man, he fell right on his head and probably died almost instantly. I see some blood on the book there. What is that dark stain? It appears to be coffee. It's still damp, so it must have gotten on the recently, perhaps even last night. That's a mighty big window he's next to, big enough for someone to see inside. Exactly, as a local resident who reported his death found him to begin with. The doctor's body was visible from outside the window. And a passerby called in earlier this morning to report what they found. So you mean this case is still only a few hours old? That explains why your investigation is just getting underway. Wait, what's that? This PC's password protected. Juicy, you think your magic can do something about this? I don't think it can override password. Now a locked desk? That I can get into. Like yours back at the office, probably. Yikes, I'd better watch what I put in there. What, do you put weird stuff in your desk? Stuff you don't want anyone else to see? Jeez, are you a mind reader too? No, but unlocking your thoughts is a cinch. The doctor fell from the top of that ladder. I did not examine the ladder, but sure. From that height, a fall to a hard surface would probably kill anyone. I don't know why anyone would want to climb that high in the first place. I guess you could say he climbed it all the way to heaven. It's a two-tone raincoat. It's still a bit damp. I think someone might have worn it recently. There are a few pairs of shoes here. I guess there must have been an interest on this floor too. Yeah, there's a back door over that way. But it's usually locked from what I can tell. Visitor's entrance is up that spiral staircase. That's the way we came in. There's a pair of glasses on this little pyramid here. They belong to the doctor. Scientifically speaking, they appear to be your ordinary run-of-the-mill glasses. I guess they don't pique your interest, scientifically speaking. There are animal drawings on the floor. They look like those famous geoglyph things. They remind me of the chalk outlines that detectives draw around bodies. And the doctors had just joined them. But that's what I call the dedication to one's field. I don't think it was on purpose. There's some sort of machinery inside this clay figure. Whoa, it's moving! Exterminate! Exterminate! Destroy all targets! Do we even want to know what this thing is for? There's a brown stain on this scroll. Huh? Why does it smell like gravy? Oh. Why would there be a gravy stain on it? Who knows, but it looks like it's meant to be there. Maybe the artist was trying to inspire a gravy new trend. Food splatter art. That pun would be gravy, we jerk. Is this a bird? It looks like an airplane to me. No, there couldn't have been any planes back when this was made. Yes, but it has wings and both horizontal and vertical stabilizers. That makes it an airplane. No, it's definitely a bird. Open your eyes, son. As a lawyer, your job is to see the true nature of things. I still say it's a bird. Is that it on this? Can we read this? A coffee maker and a bunch of coffee cups. Must have taken his coffee breaks here. And there's a filter with old coffee grounds in there. I guess I'd better clean this up. What are you doing there, son? Ah! What am I doing cleaning this office? Don't tell me they have you on coffee duty back at your office. No, no. It's just if I don't keep the place clean, no one will. Newspaper? Look! It's one of the doctor's notebooks. Maybe there's something about the orb in there. It's a photo of the treasure box, the one from Temple treasure room. These must be his research notes on the Founder's Orb. What's that on the right page? It looks like a poem or something. Let's see. Oh, it's a song that's performed during the Dance of Devotion. It's been sung during Karaini's rites of offering since ancient times. Well, I think I've heard of that. There's also a legend associated with the song. Some say the solution to the orb's riddle is contained therein. It's in a song everyone in Karine knows. Not much of a way to keep it secret. It's called Hiding Secrets in Plain Sight, Polly. Us magicians know all about that. Huh. That's strange. What is? Dr. Buff's notes contain the second half of the song. Only the first half is sung during the Dance of Devotion. Most people haven't even heard of the second half. It's in the part that begins "Offer thy prayers." I'm impressed. It's some thorough research he was conducting. Ami. Why is someone's name written on here? Maybe it's so if it ever got lost, someone can return it to its owner. You know, like how school kids put their names on things. Yeah, but this is just an urn, and the name is written so big. Well, I wrote my name on my magic panties. It says Wright in super big letters. The less said about this, the better. That's one big suitcase. It's locked. Is it the doctor's? No, someone left it here last night. The doctor might have had a visitor, but how can you tell? That sticker there, you only see those on airport luggage. Which means its owner is likely from overseas. Is there any way to figure out who it belongs to? Unless we can open it to see what's inside. Guess not. That's because you're not me. I'm a Sky, forensics expert extraordinaire. Try as you might, you won't find the word impossible in a forensics handbook. Is she okay, son? It's like she became an entirely different person. Oh, that's just what happens when a forensics switch gets flipped. Emma's theme is so good, dude. With this, identifying the suitcase's owner will be as easy as pie. It's a fingerprint powder. That's right, and there's no better time than the present to use it. Here we go. Handle probably have fingerprints on it. Dude, I hate the frickin' friend-stick mechanics in this game. Dude, I can't find it. What the hell? Where? A green sticker? Wait, so the whole... the whole handle thing was a fake? Dude, what the hell? That's so dumb. Okay, now let me know who you think it could belong to. Who could it be? It would have to be someone who would have paid Dr. Buff a visit. How do you have his fingerprints? Are we gonna defend that Cerebral in court? Because I guess that's... We have a match. That's, come to think of it, he did stop by to see the doctor, didn't he? To conclude the orb transfer agreement. So he's the one who forgot his suitcase here. Where do you suppose he is now? Haven't heard from him in a while, and he's not answering his phone. Wait, you don't think he left his phone inside the suitcase, didn't you? Do you? I wouldn't put it past that knucklehead. Actually, I think we may have run into him earlier. Really? A suspicious man had been spotted in the area. When one of my officers approached to question him, he took off like a shot. What? Sorry about that. Chinese people aren't all like him, I swear. Well, he's probably still in the village somewhere. Maybe you know something about the orb. It's a golden statue. Looks pretty old, too. I imagine it has great archaeological value. It'd be too great for a private researcher of Dr. Buff's caliber. I wonder how he got his hands on something like this. The spiral staircase. And it's connected to a hallway up there. Why'd they have to go place the second floor so high up? Wait, you're not afraid of heights, are you? Oh, well... Oh, Polly's hilarious around high places. He gets all wobbly like a baby deer taking his first step. And his face turns green as a watermelon. It's not nice to make fun of people's phobias, you know. Kinda think of it, the visitor's entrance is on the second floor. What an odd layout for a house. Seems that the orb isn't here. That means Nats might be our only lead at this point. Detective Sky said he might still be in the village. We should try to find him. Good day to you, citizens of Grand Village. My name is Paul Addison. And I want your vote. Wow, that's really loud. Look, something's coming this way. Paul Addison, savior of Karayan. It's come to... Ah, it's you people. Paulo? What is that strange conveyance coming this way? Halt! It's one of those... What do you call them? Palanquins? Palanquins? So, you finally left Dr. Ruff's house. What were you doing there? What a bunch of shady-looking characters. And you aren't? So I take it you knew the doctor? What a foolish question. I memorized the names and faces of the entire electorate in Karai. After all, I'm that man who's destined to be king of this fine nation someday. Who are you? What do you mean king? Ignorant fools. I'm the Paul Addison. I'm a soon-to-be eminent politician, a man whose name will go down in history. You should be ashamed that you've never heard of me before. Is he really that famous of a politician, Apollo? Not that I know of. I'm running for a seat on the local council right now. I guess even jerk Q Public has to start somewhere. But my election is a sure thing, I'm told. After all, my grandfather was a famous politician with untold influence. In short, I'm the chosen one, going what? The powerhouse of politics. And rider of his grandfather's coattails. Are you blinded by my majesty? Go ahead, bask in the resplendent glory that is me, the chosen one. Sure. A pleasant day to you, good people of Karayan. I am Paul Addison. It's time to reclaim the glory of Karayan together. A convenience store in every corner. A karaoke bar in every home. A vote for Paul Addison is a vote for a happier, hopier Karayan village. Turn up that infernal racket, you fool. You're the stain on your grandfather's good name. Thank you, good sir. Your support is appreciated, as always. Because he's one of the people who only hears what they want to hear. In other words, he's a model politician. Now where was I? Oh right, you were at the doctor's house. There's what in the world were you doing in there, hmm? Is this what you ride around in when you were campaigning? That's right. It's perfect for the narrow road to the steep hills here in this village. It has a top speed of 5 miles per hour, but it suffers from serious reliability issues. Namely, these imbeciles tire out too quickly. Try harder next time, sir. Poor guys. They're exhausted and covered in sweat. The Addison family has been in politics for generations, even back in the old country. Really? My grandfather, Abe Addison, was a prominent member of the Congress. And he was born right here in Karine. There isn't a person here who hasn't heard of him. All I asked about was his palanquin. You must have heard of the Addisons. I'm even reviving our old country campaigning style. Oh, politics aren't really my thing, Trucy. I don't recall ever reading about them at school. Young people these days. People really need to pay more attention to politics. So, what business did you people have at Dr. Ruff's house? He was going to transfer ownership of the Founder's Orb to us. It's a sacred relic of the Kingdom of Karine. The Founder's Orb? So you tried to get your hands on it, did you? Wait, what do you know about the orb? I know that it's mine, that's what. How do you figure that? Because I know it's not in the Founder's Orb. It's not the Founder's Orb. Its real name is the Crystal of Amifei. Crystal of Amifei? That's right, it's been passed down for generations in the Addison family. Until it was stolen, that is. But just when I had zeroed in on the culprits, the doctor hid it away and then kicked the bucket. So you're saying that Dr. Buff stole your family heirloom? That's not what Dirk said. Strange. But I've been told the doctor himself said that. He had the Founder's Orb. It's all that weird foreigner's doing. He filled the doctor's head with nonsense. Nonsense like the Crystal of Amifei being the Founder's Orb. Weird foreigner? What do you mean? Is this the foreigner you're talking about?
Take that!
Yes, that's him. I thought so. Now we really have to find Dats. Do you know where this man is now? I imagine he's at the detention center by now. I called the authorities after I found him hiding in my dog's doghouse. That buffoon. Well, at least we know where he is now. Let's head over to the detention center and see what he knows about the Founder's Orb. So you really are after my crystal? No, we're looking for the Founder's Orb, and we have an agreement to prove it. Just so you know, you're not going to lay a finger on it. It's mine. And I intend to give it to my benefactor. Or benefactor? I don't care about his benefactor, dude. My benefactor is ready to support my rise to the pinnacle of the political world. I have immense influence here, you see, and I intend to harness that influence. Are you just going to give your family heirloom away to this person? Right. It's a purely political decision. And in exchange, your patron will get the people of Karine Village to vote for you. Eminent politician who's so skilled at leveraging all of his connections. Isn't it illegal to buy votes? Well, good luck with that, I guess. Just you wait. Paul Addison will reign supreme someday. Hey. Yipes. What's he doing under the desk? Oh, cogs of the corrupt regime, I've nothing to say to you. It's me, Dirk. Oh, Dirk, you're a sight for sore eyes. I knew you'd come to save me. Well, this is another fine mess you've gotten yourself into. My bad, my bad. At least the grub here is pretty good compared to that prison back home. You get 3 squares plus a place to sleep. Why don't you join me, Dirk? No thanks. I just sent me back to the Korean where I'd face imminent execution. Immediate execution. Yeah, I guess that wouldn't be such a good idea. Looks like he's still the same, too. Long time no see, Dats. Huh? Hey, you look kind of familiar. Apollo? Is it really you, my boy? A to the J, all grown up and whatnot. How you been? Fine, and you, Dats? You look good. Besides the incarnation and all. Incarceration and all. Those horns, AJ. Horns? They've grown up with you. Just like a stag's got antlers, I can't take it. You really haven't changed a bit. Anyway, there's something we need to talk to you about. Sure, pull up a chair, I've got all the time in the world. Slammer's like my second home. It's really not so bad once you get used to it. He's rather laid back for someone in police custody. That's what was what the doctor had really the Founder's Orb? Absolutely positively. The doctor was sure of it. Really? Because someone from the village is calling the crystal of Amite. He also claims you were filling the doctor's head with lies. That ain't true. The doc said he was sure it was the real deal. All his fancy research confirmed it was the Founder's Orb. So then that Paul Edison character was lying? Imagine that, a politician who lies. I bet he wants the orb all to himself. I wonder who's telling the truth. Well, take a look at this. It proves the doc believed he had the Founder's Orb. Let me see that. I agree to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Defiant Dragons if I will come to no harm. See, I got it all down in writing. But that's... why does it say, if I will come to no harm, at the end of here? Sounds like he was scared of you. Did you threaten the doctor in any way? No, you got it all wrong! It was the doc's friend. He told all men us rebels were dangerous. It's his fault the doc thought I might hurt him. Sounds like the work of that politician. He's really made a mess of things. What have you done now, Dats? Nothing! I'm innocent, I tell you. It all started when his dog-faced cop tried to question me. He looked so funny I started laughing at him. That's when they came after me. It was hilarious, I tell you. I mean, a human police dog? How funny is that? Right, so what happened after that? They caught me hiding in a doghouse. Dang, Pooch ratted me out. I guess that's what I get for laughing at one of his doggy comrades. Sounds like the dog's got the last laugh. Weren't you cleared of those jailbreak charges? And you were captured by Lady Kira, deemed unlawful? Yeah, but the cops here don't seem to like me anyway. What are the charges this time? Unauthorized entry or something like that. I think I'm an illegal alien. And I can't prove otherwise because I lost my passport. Is there any way they let you go? Not without my passport. If only I had it. Dirk, AJ, we gotta find my passport. Alright, we'll find it. One more thing to add to our to-do list. Now, where might Dats's passport be? Oh, about the orb's whereabouts. Maybe the doc's kid knows something. The doc has a kid? Yeah, a bit of a shut-in, though. Poor thing's own bedroom has become like a self-imposed prison. A shut-in? Sounds like it will be a challenge to get a conversation going. Time for your questioning. Follow me. It must be lunchtime. Today is fried chicken, if I'm not mistaken. You'll get your lunch if you behave yourself. Critic AJ, I'll see you guys around. Our only lead now is Dr. Buff's kid. During a shut-in, luring a shut-in out is not going to be easy. I know. Oh, it's you again. Looking for Mr. Wright? He was just here a second ago. He was? What was Daddy doing here? Good question. He said he was looking for something. Did he say anything else? Let me think. Something about how his ride never showed up at the airport. Yes, that was it. I guess Athena really did get lost. Nice, Athena. Alright, I have a notification. Hold on. Uh... But what's Daddy doing all the way out here in the first place? He can't be looking for us since no one told him he would be here. Well, if you're here to take another look around, be my guest. I have other work to do, so if you'll excuse me. Of course. Thanks, Emma. First and foremost, we better find Dad's passport. We'd also have a word with Dr. Buff's child. Hey, is it just me? Or is there something new in here? Oh, you mean that thing? Yeah. We should take a closer look at it too. Let's not forget about Dad's passport. It should be around here somewhere. What's this? A model helicopter? Do we know anything, Apollo? It's a drone. They're all the rage right now. I bet it belongs to the doctor's kid. We need to ask them about the orb's whereabouts. But luring out a shut-in isn't going to be easy. That's a suitcase. Maybe his passport's in there. Ah, it's no good. It's locked tight. Should have asked him for the key. What are we going to do about Dad's passport? It's probably right there inside the suitcase, but we can't get it open. Why don't I take it over to Dad so he can unlock it? That way, you guys can continue looking for the orb. Good thinking, Juicy. Okay, here I go. Huh? What the? This thing weighs a ton! Let me try. Jeez, how can a suitcase be so heavy? Is it filled with bricks or something? Knowing Dad, she probably packed his dumbbells in there. Certainly it's much too heavy to lug all the way to the detention center. Here, let me take a crack at that lock. What? Are you going to pick it? Here you go. That was fast. Ha! A lock like that is child's play to me. Especially after all the wrongly imprisoned compatriots I've busted out over the years. You've sure seen a lot of action for an ex-lawyer. And here we go. That's his passport. I'll take it over to him. Thanks, Trucy. No problem. Now you guys go. Now you guys enjoy some quality father-son treasure hunting time, okay? See you later. No, Trucy, don't leave me. There she goes. Oh, that's on stream. Was just watching a Smash clip. I wish you wouldn't make such big deal out of our little family situation. Father-son time, eh? Been ages since we had a father-son talk. Huh, son? Yeah, well, over a decade. So, Apollo, how have you been? Oh, fine. I'm fine, I guess. That's so fine, you say? Well, fine is fine by me. Good to hear. Okay. I don't like him. I don't like Dirk. So what do we talk about now? Get down. Hit the dirt, son. Huh? What the? Speak to me, son. Say something. That's smarts. You maggots! What do you think you're doing invading buff airspace? It'll be scorching day in Savaria before you get past me, you yellow-bellied yahoos. Whoa. They can talk? What kind of drone is this anyway? Ah! Drone, nothing. That's Sergeant Buff to you, soldier. You got that, you lowly grunts? Ow! What the who now? Buff? Sounds like the doctor's son is behind the controls. He's controlling this thing? Apollo, let's play along for now. At least until we can get the information we need out of him. Got it. Sergeant Buff? Sergeant Buff, sir. You forgot to say, sir. Ain't you never seen a war movie before? Oh, right. Let me try that again. Sergeant Buff, sir. Better. Much better. Now, state your name, unit, and rank, soldier. Oh, I'm Apollo Justice. I serve at the Wright Anything Agency. My rank is, fledgling lawyer? Sir. Affirmative. Private Justice. Private? Listen up, diaper baby. Your commanding officer's orders are absolute. Disobedience means a one-way trip to the firing squad. Do I make myself clear? Oh, sir. Yes, sir. Good, good. We won't make a man out of you yet, Private. Now for you, Cyclops. Huh? Oh, you want my name, unit, and rank 2? I'm Dirk Sadmati. I command the rebel group of the Defiant Dragons, and my rank is leader, sir. Excellent. Welcome aboard, Commander Dirk. Wait a second. What's that ridiculous mopical ahead? Soldiers should be clean cut. Sorry. Fine, fine. I'll get a haircut before we ship out. Listen up, you. It's kill or be killed out on the battlefield. No place for leaving conditioners. All you've got is your life, and you're lucky to have that. He's oddly upset with field survivor for someone who never goes outdoors. Are you controlling that drone from your room, sir? Affirmative. But I can see everything you do from here, so... The nut, soldier! Wipe that stupid look off your face. I'm going to whip your sheltered peas next into shape. With what, your charming personality? Look, it's got a camera and speakers, too. And that's not all, Commander. With these arms, I can cook and clean, too. Speaking of which... Private Justice, you're on latrine duties. Snap to it on the double. As if I don't see enough of the toilet bag in the office. I think it's pretty handy. As Defiant Dragons can use one of those. Yes, it is a fine piece of hardware, isn't it? I modified it especially for siege defense. Siege defense? You mean how you won't leave your room? Holding up in a stronghold to defend against an enemy is an age-old military tactic. Timeless strategy still applicable in modern warfare. I hope you're not trying to mock the wisdom of my forefathers. I meant no offense. It was just an observation. So the green horn who ain't even discharged her firearm got something to say, does he? Sorry. It won't happen again, sir. Guard Tootin. Now state your intentions, soldier. Finally, we can get to talking about this stuff. We had an agreement with your father. He promised to hand over the Founder's Orb to us. What? Papa promised you that? He did, but he died before he could tell us where it's hidden. And we have no idea where it is. Oh. Papa, why? Why'd you have to die? It was an unfortunate accident, and I'm sorry for your loss. If it helps at all, I don't need a field. What'd I do now? You insignificant maggot! How would an unseasoned rookie like you know about how I feel? First I lost my mama, now I've lost my papa. You lost your mother too? She's been gone for some time now. I'm all alone now. All alone. Sergeant Buff, could you tell us a little more about what happened to your mother? Mama passed away about 6 months ago. We were still living in our apartment in the city. Back then, I had yet to engage my siege defense strategy. In other words, something caused a bit of withdrawal from the world. It was arson. It happened so suddenly, and before we knew it, our apartment was a sea of flames. Mama and I were trapped inside. Help never came. So Mama cradled me in her arms, kicked out a window, and jumped. She did what? She was like a walking, talking medal of valor, my mama was. She delivered me safely to terra firma with a perfect executed PLF. It's a 5-point landing technique used by paratroopers to land safely on the ground. She sounds like a superhero or something. From that height, she suffered massive injuries in order to protect me. She died so that I could live. I don't know what to say. The person who started the fire? He was immediately apprehended. They say he was standing outside laughing while the building burned. At least justice was served. I hope that brought you some solace. I've lost both my parents now. You can't possibly know how I feel. Poor kid. It's hard losing both your parents at such a young age. You just really feel alone now. Apollo, I imagine you know what he's going through. I do. The road to recovery begins by talking to someone who suffered the same hardship. I know you have something that shows you understand. Sergeant, sir? Can you please take a look at this? What do we have here? It's a photo of my father. I wasn't even a year old when he died. In a fire. What? And like your mother, he died in an arsonist's blaze. But in his final moments, he managed to save his infant son. Private Justice, you've suffered a loss just like mine. I have, and that's why I know how you feel. But you still have your mother, don't you? No, I lost her too. What? She disappeared after the fire. I don't know if she's still alive or dead. Heck, I don't even know what she looks like. Wow. Sergeant Buff, his experience is very much like your own. If anyone can understand the sadness in your heart, it's him. Attention! I salute you, Comrade Justice. You are no longer a private in the Buff Army. Henceforth, you will be a corporal. Corporal? Congratulations on your promotions, Corporal Justice. I'm just glad that seemed to cheer him up a bit. Now, comrade, let's toast to your new stripes. Call me Sarge, don't be shy. We're a band of brothers now. That's our chance, Corporal. Ask him about the Founder's Orb. Sarge, sir, do you have any idea where the orb might be? It was here in Papa's study until last night, but he said he was going to go hide it somewhere. He mentioned something about a shady character being after it. Where do you think could have hid him? Somewhere in the village, I guess. He said he'd found a suitable hiding place for it. So it was here last night. That is, until he went out to hide it somewhere in the village. The only question is where. Maybe he left some clue here in his study. Let's search the place again. We should also find out more about Dr. Buff. My steers toward the hiding place. So Sarge, what was your father like? Papa was as kind as Mama was courageous. His whole reason for moving to the countryside was for me. What do you mean? I initiated my siege defense strategy after Mama died. Papa was so worried about me, he moved us here to the countryside. He thought the fresh air, blue skies, and natural surroundings might alter my tactics. What a fine father. He even quit his position at the university to move here. He did? He did. He gave up his beloved research position just for me. A parent must be prepared to sacrifice everything for his child. That's what Papa said. Well, I'm feeling about 2 inches tall right about now. There's no one in the world I respected more than him. But that just makes his passing all the more devastating. Papa, may you continue your beloved research up there with the angels. Okay. Thank you, that noise is gone, finally. This computer could provide some useful information. Drat, it's password protected. Dirk, you're good at getting into places you're not supposed to. Don't look at me, I don't know what the first thing about computers. Leave it to me. A modern-day warrior must be well-versed in technology, and have mean pride. After all, he who controls information controls the battlefield. Looks like modern-day warriors have mean keyboard skills, too. Okay, let's see what we can find. Oh, what's this? An email message? It's a research report to whoever asked the doctor to study the orb. Here, put the data on this. Take it and use it well, soldier. Why, of course. Soldiers must have extensive knowledge as well as fighting prowess. I'm learning all I can each and every day in preparation for the big battle. The big battle? You know, for when I go back to school. I'll need to be up to date on every subject. Stuff like, you know, the latest comics and Hollywood gossip. Oh, I see. What about reading, writing, and arithmetic? Well, I'm rooting for you, Sarge. Thanks, I'll try my best. It's a raincoat. It's a bit wet and there's fresh mud on it. That must mean someone wore it recently. Indeed, maybe even as recently as last night. Sorry, did it rain here last night? Negative. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. Then how did his raincoat get all muddy and wet? When I saw it last evening, it looked pretty clean and dry to me. That means it got like this later that night. Good eye, son. This may very well turn out to be a vital clue. It's a shoe cubby. These shoes look like they belong to Sergeant instead. Ah, these boots are like... These boots are a little damp. It looks like there's something inside this one. Maybe Dr. Bruff wore them last night. Might lead us to where he hid the orb. Let's take a closer look. Something's giving off a soft glow inside the boot. It is too dark in there to see what it is. Then put your hand in and take it out. There's a question mark on the bottom of his boot. Papa had those custom made for his archaeological fieldwork. He had the soul of an adventurer. This boot had the soul of an adventurer too. Ah. Oh, he's a dad, so he makes dad jokes. I get it now. We might get a better look inside if we undid the straps. Oh. Looks like some kind of glowing moss. Could have come from wherever the doctor went last night. Must have gotten in with some that mud. Might be worth looking into, if it'll help us pinpoint where the doctor hid the orb. Exterminate, exterminate, destroy all humans. So this thing's problem is an oop art, not replace artifact. Papa wanted it in an online auction. An online auction? Yes, he said it's an alien weapon that destroyed an entire ancient civilization. Where do I even start with an explanation like that? It's Dad's suitcase. It's full of survival gear and questionable souvenirs. I already got his passport, so we can leave it be for now. This urn with Ami painted on it looks really old, but I don't think it's going to provide us any info we need. The room upstairs, Sarge. Is your room upstairs, Sarge? Yes, it's the one at the end of the hall. What do you say you come out so we can enjoy a snack together? But I promise we won't bite. If you insist. Then I'm not going to talk to you anymore. No, wait. Dirk, you better apologize quick. I'm sorry for pushing. Very well. As long as you don't do it again, I'll let it slide this one time. What else can I examine though for this? What a huge wall relief. Seems to depict a spirit channeling. Hey, this spirit medium looks like the Holy Mother of Khura'in. Yeah, her face was left blank, but the rest is clearly detailed and well crafted. Did you know some researchers claim that the Holy Mother had 3 eyes? And that her third eye was able to divine the truth, just like the gods above. It is said to be on her forehead. Like you said, you shouldn't believe everything you hear. That not it? Oh. Are these the doctors? Yes, those are Papa's reading glasses. He said he'd been having trouble reading lately. Those glasses seem to help. Reading glasses, eh? I'll just hold on to these. Eric, don't tell me you're having trouble reading too. Perish the thoughts. I just don't want to leave any stone unturned. Okay, let's go over what we learned so far. Wherever it was that Dr. Buff went, he needed a raincoat. And it was somewhere where this glowing moss grows. Any ideas where that might be, Sarge? Negative, comrade. I hate to say my intel's a little thin on this one. It's been occupied with my siege defense strategy ever since we moved to the village. Well, son, it seems we have no other choice. I'll have to ask the locals if they know of a place like that. Ugh. Feels like somebody's watching me, and it's really creeping me out. Oh, it's just Paul Addison's campaign posters. When did he put these up? Whatever, I got more important things to paying attention to. What great weather, it really left the spirits. I know, after our little treasure hunts, what do you say we go hunting, son? Hunting? We used to do that a lot, didn't we? Just look at that mountain. Bet there are some feisty wild boars up there. I think I'll pass, but thanks. Oh, so hunting's a no-go. Well, I guess that wild boar stew will have to wait then. Hmm? Apollo, something seems different from the last time you were here. You mean the posters? No, not those. What's he talking about? Guess I should take a look around myself. What do you have here? Looks like an unfinished picture. Something a kid might paint. You're right. I can't quite tell what it's of. I think it's supposed to be nighttime. What's the thing on the left? I'm a monster or some kind of alien, perhaps? No, that's the doctor, because the raincoat. In any case, it's a pretty poor excuse for a drawing. Well, what did you expect from a little kid? Little kid? Aww. Pearl, no. Huh? Oh, it's you, Pearl. Why, Mr. Apollo, is that you? What a pleasant surprise. It's been quite some time. How have you been? Fine, thanks. You're looking good too, Pearl. Aren't you going to introduce me, son? Of course. This is Pearl Faye. She's a spirit medium here in Kuran Village. Pearl, this is Dirk, my, client. Hello, sir. Pleased to meet you. If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. Nice to meet you too. What a polite little girl you are. Actually, I'm a high schooler. Whoops, sorry about that. So you're a spirit medium. Does that mean you can channel spirits then? Yes, I'm still in training though. But I'm well versed in the art of spirit channeling. Well now, isn't that something? I mean, back in my country, a little princess hasn't channeled a single spirit yet. Pretty impressive, young lady. Oh, but compared to Mystic Maya, there's so much more I must learn. Mystic Maya? Oh right, Maya Fey, Mr. Wright's former courtroom assistant. He told me all about her. She's a spirit medium too, if it ever serves. Yeah, she's an amazing medium, and soon she'll be the next head of the Fey clan too. Mediums and spirit channeling. I've heard all about it from Mr. Wright. He said that mediums will even physically become the person they're channeling. I wonder if even Little Pearl could turn into a hulking giant if she had to channel one. We haven't seen Mia in forever, too. I just realized. I hope you don't mind me asking, but what brings you all the way out of here, Paula? Oh, just a small matter to take care of. Wait, would it happen to be the matter of Mr. Edgeworth's... Would it happen to be the matter Mr. Edgeworth is looking into? Prosecutor Edgeworth? What's he doing here? Oh, so it's a different matter then. Because I just saw him a moment ago. He appeared to be searching for something. Oh? Hmm. Mr. Edgeworth is a friend of Mr. Wright's, and the district's chief prosecutor. How would he be here in Khura'in? Well, no point obsessing over it. Come to think of it, you live here in Khura'in Village, don't you, Pearl? Yes, I was born and raised here. This is perfect, Apollo. Let's ask the young lady if she knows where the doctor might have gone last night. I was thinking the exact same thing. Maybe I should show her what we found in the doctor's study. Let's show her the raincoat. Oh, sorry, I wish I could help, but... What?! At least let me offer you some tea. I mean, you must be tired from all your investigating. Oh, no, you don't have to do that. I'll be just fine, thank you. She's so polite, it's hard not to feel rude around her. Dude, Pearl's theme is so good. Is it the same from Dual Destinies? It probably is, right? I can't tell the difference. Pearl, do you have any idea where this moss might grow? It looks like Mitama moss. It grows on Mount Mitama and gives off a soft glow in the dark. Mount Mitama? See that mountain over there? That's Mount Mitama. And how would one get there? You can take a bus from that bus stop over there. May I ask why you're so interested in that moss? Well, Dr. Ruff was supposed to give us something. It seems he hid it somewhere last night. He did? Maybe that's why he, Pearl, do you know something that might help us? Well... Sounds like I'd better find out what she knows. What a peaceful place. Ah, nothing beats the mountain air. Many of the villagers have left for the city, but I just love it here. Blue skies, lush forests, star-filled skies at night, and fireflies in the summer. Plus, the big, beautiful blue ocean is just beyond that mountain. The ocean? What do you say to go for a swim, son? Oh, I think I'll pass. Besides, I can't swim. Pearl? Shrine Village is like the home of spirit mediums, right? Yes, and I'm part of a long line of mediums. I've never seen a channeling before, but is it possible to channel the spirit of anyone who passed away? No, not just anyone. You must know their face and true name. Really? You can channel a spirit just by knowing their face and name? It's an amazing ability. It is, but it can only be learned by those with a gift occurring in certain bloodlines, and years of intense training. At present, Mystic Maya and I are the only ones in our village who can channel spirits. Looks like spirit mediums are highly valued here, much like they are back in Karain. I heard there used to be many more of us a long time ago, but now we are in very short supply. Most of the women nowadays don't want to stay. They want the thrill of the big city. Yeah, well, you guys aren't exactly close to any shopping malls or nightclubs out here. But what about you? Are you not interested in anything like that? Who, me? Well, I wouldn't mind a new outfit or two. And well, oh, never mind. It's okay, Pearl. You're at that age after all. Pearl, you have any idea where Dr. Buff might have gone last night? Well... about that. All I know is Dr. Buff was somewhere on Mount Natama. That's a lie. My bracelet is reacting, which means Pearl is hiding something from me. Pearl, you seem anxious around the topic of Mamitama. I could tell because you rubbed your thumb over a splotch of dry paint as you said it. Oh, well, that nighttime painting is yours, isn't it? This is so embarrassing. As you saw, I'm not a very good artist. But that picture has nothing to do with Dr. Buff. I'm not so sure about that. In fact, I'm going to guess that while you were out here painting last night, you actually saw the good doctor heading out to Mount Mitama from the bus stop. No, I didn't say anything like that, I swear. No, I'm positive you saw the doctor. After all, he's right here in your picture.
Take that!
You think that's the doctor? I may not be a very good artist, but at least I know how to draw a person. Okay, if this isn't a person, then what is it? That's a rain spirit. And what's a rain spirit doing at a bus stop? Oh, rain spirits have places to go, too. This is getting ridiculous. Sorry, Pearl, but you're not a very good liar. That is Dr. Buff, and this piece of evidence proves it.
Take that!
This is the raincoat we found in the doctor's study. It's still wet and muddy, so we know that someone wore it last night. Now, see how this pattern is the same as the rain spirit in your picture? Ah! You didn't see a rain spirit last night. You saw Dr. Buff wearing his raincoat. I'm sorry. I know I'm not supposed to lie, but... Why did she lie about that? Like... I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, Mr. Apollo, but I did see the doctor last night. It's alright, just please tell me everything you know. Of course. I was painting out here last night, when the doctor came up to the bus stop. He was wearing a raincoat, even though it wasn't raining, and a helmet with a light on it. Sounds like he was well prepared for something. I know, that's why I asked him if he was going off exploring again. He looked startled, like he hadn't noticed me there. And then, he suddenly said, "Please don't tell anyone you saw me here." Why would he want to silence you like that? Something must have happened to spook him. And he didn't want anyone to know where he was going to hide the orb. But where could he have been going to dressed like that? My best guess is a cave somewhere on Mount Matama. I heard there's a cave there where mediums of the Kurine tradition went to train long ago. Legend has it there are some sort of mystical ruins in there. Mystical ruins? Sounds like the exact sort of place an archaeologist might go. Oh, we met this weirdo earlier named Paul Addison. Do you know anything about him? Yes, he's been campaigning a lot around here lately. And the noise he's been making has become quite a problem. People are especially upset that he's campaigning at all hours of the night and day. Well, the local police should arrest him for disturbing the peace. Unfortunately, there's little they can do because the Addison family is so powerful. Well, isn't he the proverbial pampered provincial prince? He seems pretty intent on winning here in Kurine. There's no special reason why? I'm not sure, but I have an idea. The spirit mediums of Kurine once held considerable sway in the political world. Judging by his slogan, maybe that's what he's after. Great, so he's just another politician seeking powerful connections. The ability to commune with the dead gives comfort to those anxious about the future. China Kurine has preserved its independence by the Queen's power of spirit channeling. We must play a similar role in this village. Yes, even today, many here revere those with spirit medium blood flowing in their veins. So basically, as Paul Addison's benefactor goes, so goes the whole village. Who is this benefactor? Who could hold this much sway over Kurine village? Well, we should get going now. Thanks for all your help, bro. You're welcome, Mr. Apollo. Please take care. What do you say we go find that cave, son? I sense that the orb might finally be within our grasp. This treasure hunt is shaping up to be the real deal. Really gets the blood pumping, doesn't it? Oh, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Whew, I'm all out of breath. Oh, come on, that was nothing. And you're so much younger than me. I, don't normally get this much exercise. Need a break? No, I'm fine. Derek, look. There's Matama moss growing inside the cave over there. This must be where the doctor was last night. Let's take a look inside. Can't see a thing. Relax, your eyes will adjust eventually. Now follow me. I really think we need a flashlight, Dirk. Should have brought one along then, son. Here, use mine. Thanks. Wait, were you holding out on me? Who are you talking to, Apollo? You? Whoa! Someone just pushed me. Apollo? What the? Apollo! Ow. Are you alright, son? Yeah. Looks like someone's got the drop on us. Quite literally. But who? I mean, we could have died from that fall. I don't know. But I think we'll be getting out of the way we came in. Looks like we're in a pretty deep cave. Nothing to do with press on, son. How can you even see in here? Come on, let's go. Because he had the eye patch. Right. Hey, wait! One false step and we're dead. What in the world should we do? I guess we keep going. There must be some path for Dr. Buff to follow when he came to find the orb. Right. By the way, it looks like our attacker left us with this useful parting gift. From lawyer to spelunker. How do I always get myself into these situations? We're never going to make it out alive, I hope you know. Don't tell me you're scared, son. We're just getting started. The greatest treasures are only ever found at the point of a blade, or edge of the cliff. Yeah, sure. If I'd known I'd wind up at the bottom of a dark, damp cave, I would have never taken your request, Dirk. Save your breath, Apollo. Just keep putting one foot ahead of the other. There'd really be a better way. There'd really better be a way out of here. We'll find one before you know it. You'll see. We've been walking for over an hour. Like a maze in here. I'm gonna get back to where we started if I wanted to. Yeah. Cave goes deeper than I thought. Wait, don't tell me there really is no way out. Where there's a will, there's a way. Ever the optimist, aren't you? Maybe we should cut our losses while we still can. Even if we were to turn back, we wouldn't make it of that wall of solid rock. I guess we keep going. How did I get stuck wandering around in a dark cave again? It's definitely not in my job description. Listen, son. Only the truly accomplished have the luxury of being so choosy. When I was just starting out, I did everything from street performing to yacht milking. And that helped you become an accomplished attorney. How? It didn't, but when you need to earn a living, you'll take on any job just to survive. Say, how is your career growing, by the way? Well, it's been a harrowing adventure so far, to say the least. My first trial really put me through the ringer. And my next case had me investigating a pair of stolen panties. And just when I was hitting my stride, this one prosecutor branded me as half forehead. Oh, and there's this other ridiculous prosecutor who wields a samurai sword. Sounds like you've, seen quite a bit. You're telling me. Listen, Apollo. I'm sorry I didn't contact you for so long. It's fine, Dirk. What happened happened. Hmm? Careful, the ground doesn't feel as solid here. What? Yikes, the cave floor is collapsing. Hey Apollo, can you hear me? Dark. Huh? Where are we? Oh, what is this place? Mr. Wright's in here, isn't he? I was shocked too. These ruins look really old. Not exactly something you'd expect to find in the middle of a cave system, that's for sure. Maybe the doctor hid the orb around here? I mean, those look like footprints over there. Son, I think our little adventure is about to pay dividends. Time to find that orb. This box looks pretty new. I'm guessing the doctor is the one who brought it down here. It's no good. It's locked tight. There's no way to open it? Doesn't look like it. There isn't even a keyhole. Which means there must be some trick to opening it. We'll try to figure it out if you want to see what's inside. It's a big stone altar. One false move and some god might come and smite us. Oh, come on, it's not all doom and gloom. I dare you to look at our surroundings and say that again, Dirk. Ha! Ha ha ha! You've got me there, son. Dear gods, please smite me now. These have got to be the doctor's footprints. They match the bottoms of the boots we saw in his study. So he made it all the way down here. The water has washed most of them away, but his footprints are everywhere. Really? Because these are the only set I see. Must have been looking for something. Those prints, they're coming out of that lake. Hey, you're right. That would mean Dr. Buff came walking out of the water. This lake looks really deep. I can't even see the bottom. A bottomless lake in the depths of a mountain cave system. My blood runs cold at the thought of falling in there. The water. It's salty. This lake may well lead to the ocean. Didn't Pearl mention something about the ocean? Like how it's on the other side of the mountain? It's imagine she meant it literally. So that's the hole we fell through. Doesn't look like we'll be going back that way. We're lucky we survived the fall from way up there. Indeed. If that hole hadn't been above the lake would be history. You passed out the moment you hit the water. Yeah, well, water's not really my thing. This cavern is solid rock all around. Looks like we either go back through that hole, or find some other way out. Ugh, why am I always between a rock and a hard place? Let's sum up what we know so far. The orb is almost definitely inside this box contraption that we can't open. As for this cave, there doesn't seem to be any way out. Ugh, we're this close to the orb. Oh, come now, son. Don't be like that. It's just a bit of bad luck, that's all. A bit? Murphy called. He wants his law back. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? Ha! How can you laugh at a time like this? We're stuck here for now, so we might as well try to open this thing. Okay, let's see what we're dealing with. This thing is covered with pictures. And hey, each section rotates. Oh, it's a puzzle. Take a look at this one. See the picture of a dragon battling a tiger? This green and purple one is of Kurai's butterfly and Matama. I wonder if they're clues for figuring out how to open this box. There's a big button here. Huh. Nothing happened. It appears this box used a picture-based combination lock. We'll have to arrange the pictures on each side in the correct sequence. Let's see. There's the dragon and tiger fight, a Kurani's butterfly with the Matama, and a number of other pictures too. Dirk, I was thinking, maybe we should check the evidence we've collected so far. I think we have something that just might help us open it. You read my mind, son. I think this will help us open the puzzle box.
Take that! Take that!
Dr. Buff's research notes mention the Song of Ceremony. Maybe its lyrics and the pictures on the box correspond somehow. I think you're onto something, son. Okay, let's give it a shot. Each dial has 6 pictures. And there are 4 dials in all. The box should open once the pictures are arranged in the right order. Funky puzzle box, here comes justice. Dragon and Tiger battle, the founder offers divine protection. When the butterfly embraces the Mitama, the favor of the orb is bestowed. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire, only then shall the Holy Mother return. Offer thy prayers. Descending upon us in all her glory, the founder bestows the greatest power known. Gotta be that, right? It won't open. Maybe the pictures are in the right order. What? Wait, what's wrong? What? This one has to be wrong. Which one is praying, though? There's no one that's praying. Uh... Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire, only then shall the Holy Mother return. This is harder than I imagined. I thought all we had to do was to arrange the pictures according to this song. It's times like these you have to think outside the puzzle box. Sometimes the truth can only be found when you look at things from a different angle. A different angle? I'm gonna think of it. One of the pictures from the song is missing. Does this mean the pictures don't line up exactly 1 to 1? Here we go. It opened. And this is the Founder's Orb. We did it, son. The orb is finally ours. At last, the Founder's Orb is ours. And it's all thanks to you, son. Well done. Then again, I'd expect nothing less from my boy. Oh, haha, it's no big deal. Don't sell yourself short. You may think it's nothing, but your insights and reasoning led us here. And I'd say that's truly impressive. I don't know about that. All those battles you fought in the courtroom have shaped you into the man you are today. And I couldn't be prouder. Will you cut it out already, before I turn into a sun-ripened tomato? With this orb, I can finally deliver a fatal blow into the Garen regime. Ha! So, how exactly do you plan on using it? You're not going to try and become a spirit medium, are you? Don't be ridiculous. I don't need need supernatural powers like that. But then, are you going to use it as a bargaining chip with Queen Garen? Like demanding she abolish instead of DCA? Well, the thought had crossed my mind, but the main thing is returning this to the Kingdom of Khura'in. After all, as a sacred relic of Khura'inism, that is where it belongs. Really? That's all you wanted to do? Mm-hmm. Because my true objective has always been to find out who asked Dr. Brev to study it and why. Not sure I follow. The official story is that the orb was stolen from the Temple treasure room. Yeah, I heard about that on the news. They also said your group was behind the theft. That's not good. We're probably on an international most wanted list by now. Let me ask you something, Apollo. Who do you think really stole the orb? I really haven't a clue. Well, I think it was one of the royals. Really? Someone from the royal family? Yeah, and I've got a pretty good idea which one it was. You knows who it is? Could I share your hunch? All I'll say is at this point is this. Security is pretty tight, but the royals have unfettered access to the treasure room. Plus, they seem to be turning a blind eye to the orb's loss. But why would a member of the royal family do that? That I haven't to figure out yet. But whatever the reason, it can't be good. I mean, a Khura'inese royal stealing a national treasure of such religious significance, and then pinning the crime on us, the Defiant Dragons? Sounds like a conspiracy to me. It's a conspiracy or something. I agree. And if the truth were to come to light, it would be a scandal of epic proportions. To allow a foreign national to study a treasure so sacred that it's off limits to the public, it would be seen as an utter sacrilege to those who truly revere the Holy Mother. So if this were to go public, support for the Garen regime would weaken. That's not all. This is just a hunch, but I believe there's something even bigger here. Something that would explain why the orb was being studied in the first place. Something that would shake the kingdom of Khura'in to its very core. And I'm going to find out what. He's probably right. His intuition is usually spot on. Dirk, why are you so bent on revolution anyway? Is it to reform the legal system in Khura'in? There's that, but I'm also doing this for my children. I want to save Nayuta. What do you mean? This is for your ears only. It's the other reason why this revolution needs to succeed. Nayuta, I never thought that a reunion would take place in a courtroom. Oh, so you've run into each other already. Yeah, but it was like he was a different person. He used to be such a kind, cheerful kid, always smiling and stuff, but now... He tried to convict Trucy for a crime she didn't even commit. Plus, he kept telling me I had a putrid mind and to let it go and move on. Has it really gotten that bad? Must be Garen's influence. He wasn't like that when he first stepped into the courtroom. Back then, he still had a keen sense of justice. I vowed to bring the Garen regime down and reform the legal system. That's what he swore to do, but that was also 5 years ago. He'd been the shining star of the Defiant Dragons, and our greatest hope. Wait, Nayuda was a dragon? He was. But these days, he's more like Garen's lapdog. Talk about a face. Talk about a complete about face. Why would he do that? Something must have happened to him. Something that sparked a radical change. Still, I don't think he truly believes in the new path he's taken. It's not conviction that fills his heart. It's resignation and despair. I see. The only thing I know for sure is Nayuda is suffering. And he's suffering in silence. Nayuda is suffering? Yes, he knows the rightful state of Karine's legal system. But something forces him to go to bend Garen's will, and it's tearing him apart. But it's been 5 years. Do you really think he even still wants to reform the legal system? As long as he carries what I've taught him in his heart, I do. A dragon never yields. That's what he always told us. And I did. It's a belief I've held since back when I was a lawyer. The dragon stands at the pinnacle of the natural world. Nothing and no one can bend its will. That's why we lawyers must pursue the truth like an unyielding dragon, right? We must fight for truth to the bitter end, no matter what it takes. Dirk and Mr. Wright, they have that much in common. That's why I've held on to this badge, even though there are no more lawyers in Karine. I believe that one day our legal system will return to its former glory, and this badge here is a testament to that belief. I wonder if Nayuda still believes in what you taught us. He does. That much I'm sure of.
A dragon never yields.
I know that belief is etched deep in his heart. I'd bet my life on it. After all, he is my flesh and blood. His unshakable faith and confidence is what draws people to him, whether they like it or not. Even people like me. You know, I remember back when we were kids, Nayuda used to say with great pride, I have the blood of the dragon within me. Yes, and that's what why I wanted to free him. Free him from the poisonous clutches of the Garen regime. So that's your other reasoning for starting a revolution. Yes, I need to smack someone's sense into that boy of mine. I mean, what else are fathers for? Ha! I wouldn't know. Now that we have the orb, on to the next problem, getting out of here. Well, we're not going to back in the way we came, that's for sure. That hole filter is way too high to climb back up to. Actually, I have an idea. That lake water tastes salty, which means it must connect to the ocean. Wait a second. You're not suggesting we swim our way out of here? That's exactly what I'm suggesting. But we have no idea how deep this lake goes. It's pitch black down there. Not a problem. How is that not a problem? I mean, how do you even know if there's really a passage to the ocean? Well, one of us has to try, and I'm the better swimmer. Time's a wasting. I'll be back before you know it, son. Dirk! He's gone. Sure hope he knows what he's doing. In 20 minutes. I hope he's okay. What's going on? Uh-oh. The water, it's rising and fast. Need air. I don't know how to swim, but I'll grab onto something that floats. This is bad. I better think of something quick. I've got it. As long as I hold on to this, I should be able to stay afloat. Hey, maybe I can use this like an oxygen tank. Wait, what am I thinking? I need to stay calm and be more rational about this. Puzzle blocks are still at the base of the altar. The rest of them designed to stay put, even at high tide. Wait, that's it! Dr. Ruff must have gotten in here from some ocean-side entrance at low tide. That's why his footprints were leading out of the lake. So it really does connect to the ocean. Not that that helps. I drown before I make it out. This is not good. The water is almost up to the top of the altar. It won't be long before it reaches the roof of the cave. It's no use. The hole's still too high up. I'll have to find another way, and quick, before I drown. The water won't stop rising. I'm getting swept away. Please stop. The water's just high enough for me to reach the hole. I'm saved. All I have to do is go back the way we came. The water might even lift me all the way back up, over that wall of rock. Here goes. Huh? The hole, it's full of rubble. The tunnel collapsing above must have filled it in if we fell through it. This can't be happening. No, I can't give up now. I refuse to die here. The water, I can't. I can't breathe. Is this the end? Burke. I wonder if he made it out. So this is what it feels like to drown. I would have eaten that sushi if I'd known it would be my last meal. I feel like I've been through this before. Ah, now I remember. It was back when all three of us were living in that shack in the mountains. Ayuda and I were playing by the riverside when we got swept up in the rapids. Ah! Ah! I thought we were goners. But then... Ayuda! Apollo! Hold on, I'm coming. That was a close one. I thought I'd lost you two. I'm sorry, Derek. Alright, that's enough now. Didn't I teach you that boys don't cry? Thank you, Father. You could have been killed. You risked your life to save us. Why? What a silly question. But a father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children. Nayuda, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me. Understand? Hey, Dirk. This isn't forever, right? You'll bring me back from America someday, right? Of course. I'll come pick you up as soon as things settle down here. Promise. Okay, you promised. Dirk, I waited and waited for the day you'd come and take me home. But you never came. That's why I tried to forget about you. And my life back in Karain. Dirk, why? Why didn't you? Apollo. Apollo, can you hear me? Dirk, still can't swim, eh? You came back? But why? I said I'd come for you, didn't I? Yeah, but you can't hold me and swim. We're both going to... Stop talking. Or bite your tongue. What? Where... Ah, you finally came to, son. Maybe full of seawater? Good thing your name's not Neptune, huh? Ha! Dirk. You're telling me, check it out, snot's coming out of her nose. What a miraculous escape! Not even some of the escape artists escape artist greats could pull that off. What on earth happened? Sorry it took me so long, son. I made it to the ocean, but I figured you still couldn't swim. So I found a local fisherman and had him take us out near the undersea cavern. He tied a rope to me, and I came back and grabbed you, and he yanked me back. Oh, so that's what pulled us under with such force. Don't forget about me. I assisted in your escape back too, Polly. I've helped compatriots escape from all sorts of places. Mountain jails, island prisons. But an undersea cavern? No, that was a first. Dirk, he risked his life for me. Dirk, I'm only alive because of you. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. I, just did what any father would do for his son. You saved my life yet again. Guess seawater doesn't make much for a meal. It's because Polly didn't have any sushi. Oh yeah, I haven't eaten anything since this morning. Oh, that's right. Hey, AJ. Dirk had me buy this for you. Thought you might be hungry. Maybe it's had some this time around. Yeah. Thanks. Glad you approve. I better get some before you eat them all. Just like the old times. Dirk used to slice up the fish he caught, and we'd eat all fresh sashimi together. He used to talk about all the vitamins and minerals he packed in the raw fish. Hey, by the way, let me see that orb, AJ. Here you go. Whoa, so that's what it looks like. You found the legendary treasure. Nice work, Polly. Thanks. Guess you could say mission accomplished. With the orb, our revolution can take a big step forward. Let's celebrate the eve of our revolution. We'll get all dressed up and feast till dawn. Yeah, now you're talking. Time to party. After all that, I just want to go to bed. Sure wish Nayuta was here. Maybe one day we'll enjoy times like these together again. Revolution. If it can bring back those happy days, you can sign me up for it. Sorry to interrupt your little party, but I'm here for my crystal. Right, left, right, left. Well done. Then again, I always knew you could do it. After all, we politicians must be excellent at judges of character. Still, I'm impressed you both made it out there alive. Wait a second. You're the one who shoved us into that pit? It sounds so bad when you say it like that. All I did was give you a little nudge in the right direction. So, it was you. You no good son of a... Don't look at me like that! The crystal of Mummy Faye is mine. Now hand it over. Over my dead body. Detective, help! Yeah, I know. Emma? What's going on here? He filed a police report. He claims you're trying to steal his family heirloom. That's him! The one with the long hair. Arrest him in this instant. He's the thief who made off with the Addison family's most precious heirloom. Well, I suppose I should ask you to come in for questioning. Not at the police station? I think I'll pass. After all, Mr. Addison seems bent on having me arrested on theft charges. This is not good. If Dirk gets arrested, he'll be sent back to Karayan to face execution. Sorry, but now that I know you have the crystal, or orb as you call it, I must insist. Will you please come with me, sir?
Hold it!
Emma, I'm afraid I can't let you take Dirk in. You received the orb from Dr. Buff in a perfectly legal transaction. Is that so? Can you prove it? Of course. Oh no.
Take that!
It appears to be a perfectly legal agreement. Not so fast. That's not the Founder's Orb. It's the Crystal of Mummy Faye, which means the agreement is null and void. You can say that again. Then I will just have to go to trial. Right, Apollo? Mr. Wright? Daddy? What's with you two? You look like you just saw a ghost. Oh yeah. Emma mentioned she had seen him around. What are you doing in Grand Village, Mr. Wright? Mr. Addison has retained me as his lawyer. Wait, you're his lawyer? Mr. Wright, why are you serving as Mr. Addison's lawyer? Because he hired me. He needed my help in getting a family heirloom back from Dr. Buff. And it seems he correctly foresaw that something like this might happen. It's because those shifting insurgents were harassing Dr. Buff. So I knew that I might need a lawyer if things went south. I figured with a celebrated lawyer like Phoenix Wright, I couldn't go wrong. Is this where you came back from Karayan for, Mr. Wright? It was just good timing. My work over there was just happened to wrap up, so here I am. Plus, Mr. Addison is a very important client. They know each other, but I've never heard of Mr. Wright mention. But I've never heard Mr. Wright mention his name before. Mr. Wright, are you sure this is Mr. Addison's family heirloom? That's my client's assertion. He says it's the crystal of Amife. Apparently, it's the crystal she once used when channeling spirits. Who's Amife? She brought Kurani's channeling to Japan. And her descendants brought it here. Her true origins are still rather murky. But what's clear is she is the founder of the Kurine channeling technique. Oh, so she's like the one they call the founder in Kurine. The Holy Mother. Apollo, I don't plan to betray my client's confidence. I may not know all the facts yet, but I do know he won't be handing the crystal over to you. What? Are you saying... I'm really sorry it's come to this, but... Mr. Wright? I don't understand. Let me spell it out then. If you continue to claim that the crystal belongs to your client, then I will be seeing you in court. What? What? What's gotten into you, Daddy? Nothing. This is strictly business. Two lawyers from the same firm facing off? What are the odds? Lucky for me, I believe I have the right man for the job. Whatever you're going to do, remember, he is your boss. How did it come to this? Mr. Wright, please, don't do this. Apollo, there's no point in arguing about it here. When it's now clear we're headed to court, that's where we'll find out who the crystal really belongs to. I don't believe it. Am I really going to face Mr. Wright in court? Daddy, Apollo, no! We can't have our agency's talent competing against each other. It's too late, Trucy. The die has been cast. We each have to fight for our client's best interests. But... So, what's it going to be, Apollo? Are we going to have to take this to trial? I have to battle Mr. Wright in court. I have to battle Mr. Wright in court? The legendary Phoenix Wright? No matter how many trials of his I've watched. No matter how dire the situation, he's always pulled out a win in the end. Can I do it? Can I really take on the man whose footsteps I've been following in? I owe it to Dirk to at least try. What should I do? There's no turning back now. If it's a trial you want, Mr. Wright, I'm more than happy to oblige. I'm ready to fight for my client, even if it means facing off against you. Alright. I won't be pulling any punches either, Apollo. The kid gloves are officially off. May the best attorney win. You got it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. First Daddy, now you? Polly, you're not seriously... Sorry, Trucy, but I have to do this. Follow. Alright then. I'd better go prepare for tomorrow. See you in court. Daddy, no, wait! Fine mess I've gotten you into, son. I mean, of all the lawyers we could have faced, it had to be him? He's practically a celebrity in Kurine now. They're calling him the Fighting Phoenix. I'll be fine. After all, I've come a long way too. Who knows? I could even end up winning. There's always a chance, right? You know, this might be a blessing in disguise. If the trial proves what we found is indeed the Founder's Orb, then whoever asked Dr. Bluff to study it may be revealed too. This is our chance to finally pull them out of the shadows. first step of your revolution, huh? Yes, the revolution to restore Grind to its former glory and save Nayuta's soul. Dirk, I swear to fight as hard as I can in court to make that a reality. We're going to win this one, you'll see. I know you can do it, son. It doesn't matter that I'll be going up against Mr. Wright. I have to win this for Dirk. And for Nayuta. His salvation, along with the Call of Karain, depends on it. Wait, so... how... he's a wait, he's a lawyer. We're facing off against Mr. Wright? Okay. 2 more hours of this thing. Just so you know, I'm not going to take sides. Message received loud and clear. Good, because I don't like this one bit. You and Daddy should be on the same team. Sorry, Trucy. Wow, she's really mad. I'm sorry too, little lady. This is all my fault. I'm just worried things will never be the same between Daddy and Apollo. They go through with this. Is that all? Well, I wouldn't worry about that. That's the way it is with us men. We may fight, but we don't burn bridges. Really? Sure, 1 minute we're trading blows, and the next, we're having drinks together. We're simply creatures at heart. I sure hope you're right. Sorry I'm late, Apollo. Athena, there you are. What happened with you and Mr. Wright yesterday? Oh, about that. I ended up going to the wrong airport. I was waiting there, thinking his flight was really late, and before I knew it, I dozed off. By the time I woke up, it was already dark. I figured something like that had happened. Being late and dozing off are the two things you do best. Ugh, guilty as charged. So then, I take it you have no idea what today's case is about. Not a clue. Sorry. What is today's case about, if I might ask? Another locked room mystery? A suspect with a flimsy alibi? Ooh, or a dying message. Sorry, strike 3, you're out. It's a civil case. A civil case? You act like I'm speaking Swahili here. It's just the Wright Anything Agency specializes in criminal law, or so I thought. In civil cases, there are no prosecutors, right? Instead, both parties retain an attorney. Right. And the other attorney is someone you know very well. Really? Who? The trial will begin shortly. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. Okay, let's do this. Apollo, wait. Who's the other attorney? And where is Mr. Wright? No time to explain. Let's go. Okay. Right behind you. This sucks. Court is now in session. Oh, is this some sort of practice session? A mock trial, perhaps? No. No, it's not, Your Honor. It's the real deal, Your Honor. So then you two have had a falling out? I won't have you using my courtroom for that, you know. It's nothing like that, Your Honor. Exactly. It just so happens that we have a different clients in this case. I see. Well, here's hoping this has no adverse effect on your working relationship. You can say that again. I had no idea we'd be going against the boss today. You sure this is a good idea, Apollo? What? Do you want to switch sides? Honestly, I'd rather be anywhere but here right now. Well, at least she is here. I'm really going to need her help. Mr. Justice. Yes? Don't expect me to pull any punches just because you're the opposing lawyer. As I said, the kid gloves are off. And come what may, they'll stay off. Same here, Mr. Wright. If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get. I'm really pumped up for this. Yeesh, you guys are really chomping at the bit, aren't you? I don't mind a good fight between coworkers. Just keep this civil case civil. Now then, if the plaintiff would take a stand, we may begin. He's coming in with it, yeah. Noble Judge, members of the gallery, good day to you. I am Paul Edison. This is but the start of my epic campaign, and you all have the honor of witnessing it. I believe the youth of this country are our very future. Too long have they been looked down on and given the cold shoulder. So to them I say, ask not what you can do for your country, ask what you can do for me. Mr. Addison, what is that crazy contraption you're writing? Contraption. My custom-made election-winning campaign mobile. Beautiful. Mobile. Beautiful, isn't it? You're at a witness stand, not at a campaign podium. So come out of there this instant. Okay. He has a thing and everything. Alright. Now with the plaintiff's attorney, Mr. Wright, please explain the complaint filed against the defendant. Mr. Addison's complaint against the defendant is simple. The defendant, one Dirk Samadi, stole my client's family heirloom, the Crystal of Amife. Mr. Addison merely seeks its return. This wouldn't have happened if that archaeologist hadn't kicked the bucket. I see. Well, Mr. Justice, let's have your opening statement, if you would. The defense asserts the item in question is the Founder's Orb, a sacred relic from Krain. Go on. It seems someone asked an archaeologist, Dr. Archie Buff, to study the orb. Dr. Buff determined that it was a Karainese national treasure known as the Founder's Orb. The very orb that was stolen from a treasure room in Karain several weeks ago. Why, yes, I saw a news report about that. The theft of a Karainese national treasure caused quite an uproar in the kingdom. Well, we believe that it was not, in fact, a theft in the in the traditional sense, but rather that it was spirited out of Karain by someone for Dr. Buff to study. You don't say. And? Around that time, an acquaintance of the defendant learned of Dr. Buff. He made contact with the doctor, who agreed to hand over the orb. Apparently, the doctor wanted nothing to do with it once he'd learned it had been stolen. It seems you even have a transfer agreement between both parties. Mr. Samadi also agreed to return the Founder's Orb to the Kingdom of Karain. Once the doctor verified it was the real thing. I see. So this dispute centers on whether the item in question is the Founder's Orb or the Crystal of Amife. It's both, I think. That, in turn, will determine the object's rightful owner. I better bring my A game. Going up against Mr. Wright won't be a walk in the park. Come to think of it, the name Dirk Sadmadi sounds awfully familiar. But I can't recall where I've heard it. Oh, it's probably your imagination, Your Honor. He's just a tourist, after all. Imagination, you say? Are you sure about this, Apollo? He's a wanted criminal in Karain, isn't he? In Karain, yes. Here, he's just a tourist. Very well, let's begin the proceedings. Bailiff, would you bring in the first witness? Emma? Show some manners, we're in court. I know, it's just... This is a civil trial, so I was surprised to see a detective take the stand. I had her do some digging on Dr. Buff. What for? You disappoint me, Apollo. First, you know I'm not just a detective. I'm a forensic scientist. Try to remember that. Second, you owe Mr. Wright an apology. After all he's done for you, you have some nerve. First, I'm sorry. And second, I'm really just trying to do my job. We'll never get anywhere with that attitude. Take some advice from someone who's been there. Why do I feel like I'm on trial here? Detective Sky, your testimony, if you please. The police have had their eyes on Dr. Buff for some time. And just today, a number of stolen artifacts were discovered in his study. Among them were a priceless urn and a statue that were stolen from the Fae clan. It seems the Doctor would do anything to study artifacts, including steal them. As for the relic at the center of this dispute, he likely stole it from the Addison residence. The Doctor is a thief? Why am I just hearing about this now? Well, cat burglar is something he'd put on his resume. He was more careful than that. But the fact is, he was a classic treasure hunter. A treasure hunter, huh? Like people who have thrilling adventures in exotic places, risking life on them for glory? I doubt Mr. Buff was the star of his own hit movie series, is he not? Out of respect for the dead, I will say that Dr. Buff wasn't doing it to get rich. Apparently, he only wanted to borrow artifacts to study them. He would then return them as soon as his research was finished. Blah, blah. According to the Doctor's child, he would even repair or restore some of the artifacts he stole before returning them. He believed he was honoring the dead by discovering their history through artifacts. Whatever lofty ideals he held makes no difference. Nesunone. Wait. Hi, I can't say your name because I'm bad at reading, so. Nesunonon. Right? Or. I can't say that, but hey. Whatever lofty ideals he held, it makes no difference. Larceny is larceny. Yes. He certainly sounds no different from a regular thief to me. So, let's say for a moment that the Doctor really did moonlight stealing artifacts. Might he not have stolen the Founder Servant Karayan and brought it back here himself? You're from Italy? Okay. I'm from Sweden, so... probably in the same time zone. Might he not have stolen the Founder Servant Karayan and brought it back there himself? Here himself? Nope. There's no record of him traveling overseas in the past few years. Plus, he couldn't very well leave his reclusive child at home all alone. This really must be the Crystal of Amife. Yes, he stole it from the Addison residence, probably so he could study it. This is the left hook I did not need. That scared me. Thanks for the follow. I bet you never saw that coming, Apollo. Yeah, when Mr. Wright said the kid gloves were off, he wasn't kidding. Dude, Mr. Wright, why would you do this? Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination. The police have had their eyes on Dr. Buff for some time.
Hold it!
How exactly did Dr. Buff arouse the suspicion of the police anyway? Chalk it up to good old-fashioned sleuthing. After investigating countless artifact thefts over the past few years, the police finally zeroed in on him. The Doctor became their prime suspect. A number of those artifacts thefts occurred in the Quran village too, if I might add. And they started right around the time the doctor moved there. But he was never arrested. I take it there was nothing concrete linking him to a crime? No, which is why we were never able to get a search warrant in the first place. It's hard to arrest artifact thieves unless you catch them red-handed. Still, the police had him under constant surveillance. And just today, a number of stolen artifacts were discovered in his study.
Hold it!
Are you sure these allegedly stolen artifacts are the real deal? They're not fakes, that's for sure. Take the urn, for example. Apparently, it's an extremely intricate work of art. What is the game about? It's Ace Attorney. It's about like arguing in court and everything, and mysteries and everything. So you investigate and stuff. Take the urn, for example. Apparently, it's an extremely intricate work of art. Its design, cracks, and other features would be impossible to replicate perfectly. Actually, I've had a few run-ins with that urn myself, so I was shocked to see it there in this doctor's study. I can say without a doubt that urn was stolen from the fake land. I see. Detective Sky, please continue with your testimony if you would. Among them were a priceless urn and a statue that were stolen in from the fake land.
Hold it!
Were any other stolen artifacts found besides those belonging to the face? Yes, for instance... Remember the large relief on the wall? It was chiseled out of some ancient ruins in the Kingdom of Quran several years ago. Chiseled out? Didn't that damage it? Well, he did restore the parts that were so faded you could barely see them anymore. It seems he intended to return it someday. Someone could say his intentions were good. But good intentions are no get out of jail free card, that's a fact. If I might add, with respect for the deceased, the quality of the restoration was apparently exceptional. It seems the doctor invested a lot of money in hiring an extremely talented specialist. He sounds like a good man, who took a wrong turn somewhere. I guess Sarge takes after him in that way. Any further questions? If not... It seems the doctor would do anything to study artifacts, including steal them.
Hold it!
Have these alleged thefts been going on for some time? At least 5 years, as far as we can tell. All the recent thefts have been local, but before moving to Quran Village, he had been stealing from ruins around the world. Dr. Buff was an international criminal? This data lends itself to one conclusion. Dr. Buff was a thief. As for the relic at the center of this dispute, he likely stole it from the Addison residence.
Hold it!
You claim you stole a family heirloom from the Addison residence? But claiming something doesn't make it true. Unfortunately, it is true. How can you be so sure? A police report was filed concerning the theft, 1 year ago, in fact. What? A whole year ago? August 25th of last year, to be exact, the report states, and I quote, "The crystal of Amife was discovered to be missing from the Addison storehouse at 10 a.m. The storehouse lock had been picked." Signed, Paul Addison Wimperson. Well, a year-old report certainly sends the plaintiffs from the claim residence. The doctor could really have stolen the crystal of Amife. Not only that, Your Honor, but the Founder's Orb was only found to be missing several weeks ago. It is nearly a year after the crystal's theft was reported. Therefore, I believe we must consider the orb and the crystal to be two separate items. Paul Addison Wimperson? Not the most awe-inspiring tail end, is it? I see why he cut it. Not that he inspires confidence without it. Still, I'd probably do the same in the shoes. A police report was filed about the crystal's theft a year ago. But the theft of the Founder's Orb was only reported a few weeks ago. So the crystal's police report was filed way before the orb was found missing. I guess that suggests the stolen relic is the crystal of Amife, as Mr. Addison Wimperson asserts. I doubt the police report is a fake. After all, Emma is the one who submitted it as evidence. Still, I feel like something we learned in that police report is important somehow. Okay. Let me check the... What did she say? Police report filed about the crystal's theft a year ago, but the theft of the Founder's Orb was only reported a few weeks ago. The crystal's police report was filed way before the orb was missing. That suggests the stolen relic is the crystal of Amife, as Mr. Okay. So, we need to point out something that is contradictory. So that we should check out the police report, I guess. Crystal of Amife was discovered to be missing from the Addison storehouse at 10 AM. The door lock had been picked. Report filed a year ago by one Paul Addison Wimperson for the theft of the Crystal of Amife. Okay, so as for the relic at the center of this dispute, he likely stole from the Addison residence. How do you know that? How's your research coming along? I deciphered the patterns, but I've yet to crack the riddle. You pick crystal orb as the key. Okay, so... I have no idea what to point out, actually. Wait, at 10 a.m. Okay, let me check. I got nothing. Okay. Seems the doctor would do anything to study artifacts, including steal them. Among them were a priceless urn and a statue that was stolen from the Fake Clan. Um... It doesn't say a date on this thing. See what she says again. Police report was filed about the crystal's theft a year ago. The theft of the Founding Sword was only reported a few weeks ago. So the crystal's police report was filed way before the orb was found missing. That suggests the stolen relic is the crystal of Amife. Still, I feel like something we learned in that police report is important somehow. Okay, so what could be important? I have no idea what to do. Among them were a priceless urn and a statue that was stolen from the Fake Clan. And just today, a number of stolen artifacts were discovered in the study. Police have had their eyes on Dr. Buff for some time. Let me try something.
Objection!
Never mind.
Objection!
A gambler once sang, "You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em." Thank you. I'll take some help because I have no idea what to do. As for the roulette, okay, it was the last statement after all.
Objection!
Ah.
Objection!
Okay. Double team for just doing what Mr. Wright does anyway.
Objection!
Okay. That's enough. I see no need to further prolong this trial. The Defiant Dragons have failed to sufficiently show their right to the item in question. Therefore, ownership is hereby awarded to plaintiff, Mr. Paul Addison. It doesn't even say guilty. Okay. That creep Paul Addison stole the Founder's Sword right out of our hands. The dream of revolution in the kingdom of Karain died that day. We return to our daily lives. As for my relationship with Mr. Wright, the word awkward comes to mind. Let's just say it was never really the same. Really? Why would they be? Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna...
Objection!
Yeah, I didn't think so. Dude, what would...
Objection!
I don't have any idea what I'm supposed to do.
Objection!
Like, everything that seems remotely, anything that seems remotely, like, fishy, I've tried to point out, but maybe the police report? Speaking of, where is the police report?
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Objection!
Okay, so... Fucking...
Objection! Objection!
Dude, I swear.
Objection! Objection!
What? But that. Dude, the photo of the I swear.
Objection! Objection!
There it is. Okay. The doctor stole the relic from the plaintiff? Are you sure? Because that statement doesn't agree with a certain piece of evidence. What do you mean? Take a look at this. What about it? This contains an email from the doctor's computer. Email? And that little piece of plastic? I'm afraid I don't understand. Oh, this stick here can store all sorts of computer data. Still don't get it. Here, just look at this. Apparently, the doctor was reporting his research findings to a certain individual. Now, take a look at this. It's the police report Detective Skye presented to this court. You can see the plaintiff's legal name on it. Paul Addison Wimperson. I can see why he dropped Wimperson from his name. That's hardly breaking news. Look closer, Your Honor. Ah! His initials! Right. The plaintiff's full legal name is Paul Addison Wimperson. Now consider this. The email's recipient address starts with three letters. Ah! Don't tell me. Oh, but I will anyway. The individual who hired the doctor to study the disputed item is none other than Paul Addison Wimperson. Wait, then that means... Exactly. You wouldn't have asked the man who stole his family heirloom to study it. Therefore, how could this possibly be the Crystal of Amife? Apollo's objection theme, dude. We never checked the doctor's emails. couldn't even figure out the password to his computer. The plaintiff willingly left the orb in the doctor's care so he could study it, at the behest of his benefactor. Wait, what about the police reports? I have all the details about the theft right here. It's probably for another relic, a real crystal of Amife. He's just using the report as a way to claim that our orb is actually his stolen crystal.
Objection!
And how are you so certain that PAW refers to my client's initials? Maybe the email's recipient was a dog lover. Perhaps. Let's get to know your client a little better, shall we? Mr. Paul Addison Wimberson. As opposed to shutting down detractors is all part of a politician's job. Answer me this, Mr. Addison Wimberson. What is... What is your birthday? My birthday? It's July 11th. But what's it to you? Oh, I see. You can address birthday gifts to my office. For full disclosure, I only accept gifts valued at $1,000 or more. What? Yeah. That's proof. Why has everyone gone silent? How can anyone be that self-centered? Oh, right, politician. Did everyone hear that? He said July 11th. July 11th, or rather, 7-11, matches the numbers in the email address. Both the name and birthday are a match. I hardly think that's a coincidence. Wait. Why, you sneaky little... Looks like someone finally decided to join the conversation. Would the plaintiff care to explain? I would like to say that is quite what? Quite a thing you've said. Any other thoughts? No further comments. I stand by my previous statement. What the hell? Can't just walk away. Even politicians have to explain themselves in a court of law. I'm afraid I simply don't know how it happened. I can't possibly explain matters outside of my purview. Perhaps it was a mistake on the part of my secretary? Oh, no, you don't, you slippery eel. Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? I won't argue your assertion. My client lent the treasure in question to the doctor and asked him to study it. It seems that much is a fact. Now we're getting somewhere. However, it has no bearing on the issue of the ownership. How so? Mr. Edison, I fully understand your position here. You had to hide the fact that you sent the crystal out to be studied. Your family would have been very upset if they found out. It's a family heirloom, after all. You've got to be kidding me. Mr. Wright is, well, right, of course. But then, he always is. That's why he's my lawyer. The crystal is a precious Addison family heirloom, and has been for centuries. But Dr. Buff was so eager to study its proud heritage, I just couldn't say no. I didn't even tell my grandfather.
Objection!
But in order to win the backing of your so-called benefactor, you were going to give what you claim to be the crystal of Amife to that person? You were going to give a precious family heirloom away just like that? I was going to explain everything to my grandfather later, honest. My client's grandfather is very proud of his grandson for following in his footsteps. And if refusing him would have meant dashing the dreams of his darling grandson, I doubt the kind of man could have said no. Well, grandchildren are meant to be spoiled. That's what grandfathers are for. Your Honor, please, I mean, it's been in the family for centuries. My grandfather thinks highly of my talents as a politician. That's why he trusted me with this very important name placard today. What the hell? So I'm sure he would have been okay with me using the crystal as I saw fit. I think the judge is buying it, Apollo. No surprise there. He's always going on about his own grandchild after all. Excuse me. Can I leave now, Mr. Wright? I believe my work here is done. By all means, Detective Sky. Thank you for your assistance. You're welcome. It's nice to testify at a civil trial once in a while. See you around. Seems the facts have changed somewhat. Mr. Addison Wimperson apparently lent his family heirloom to Dr. Buff. Mr. Justice, how would the defense like to proceed? Oh, alright, now what? Apollo, let's hear what they know about this so-called Crystal of Omni Fae. Maybe we can find some inconsistencies in their statements. Right. Okay then, Mr. Wright. If the item in question really is an Addison family heirloom, let's hear all your client knows about it. Of course. Mr. Addison Wimperson? Please tell the defense everything you know about the crystal's origin. Alright. Now then, listen and learn. This is the tale of the Crystal of Omni Fae, and the illustrious history of the Addison clan. Are you ready? Our story begins back in the old country, where the Addison family reigned supreme. My ancestor was praised as a benevolent ruler. He protected the spirit mediums, a minority back then, from the rest of the locals. Some discriminated against them, you see, while others tried to use their power. As thanks, Ami Faye gave the crystal she had specifically made as a gift to her. I am a descendant of the great lord. As such, my political power and influence is backed by centuries of history. Well, that devolved into a great load of self-aggrandizing propaganda fast. As you can see, the Crystal of Ami Faye is an heirloom of the esteemed House of Addison. And you have proof that it has always been in the Addison family? I have someone who gave a statement to that effect. My client's neighbor, one Ives Shinito, aged 85, gave the following statements. The Addison showed me that crystal back when I was but a lad.
Objection!
Can we really trust the memory of an old man? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain that statement to the judge? Oh, I didn't mean... What I'm trying to say is, never underestimate the memory of your elders. I may forget my verdicts the next day, but the memories of my past are as clear as day. Therefore, I find Mr. Ives Shindot's statements to be perfectly credible. Oh, did you see how Mr. Wright got the judge on his side? That's definitely a trick I want up my sleeve. You're not helping, Athena. May cross-examine the witness, Mr. Justice. My ancestor was praised as a benevolent ruler.
Hold it!
That object you set down there, is it something of importance to you? It's a name placard. This one here belonged to my grandfather, Abraham Addison. He had a custom made during his distinguished political career. It's special because it was crafted from the finest Italian plastic. I wasn't aware the Italians were famous for their fine plastic. You can touch it if you want. No, I'm fine. Very well. I'll just continue with my testimony. My ancestor was praised as a benevolent ruler, but he was also an eminent politician. He protected the spirit mediums, a minority back then, from the rest of the locals.
Hold it!
So I take it the relationship with the Fae clan was a close one. A smooth and open line of communication with my entire electorate. That is the Paul Adjin way. Huh? Oh, sorry. I was asking you about your ancestor. Heh. Whether it's about me or my ancestor. Feel free to ask me anything you'd like. Transparency in government, that's the Paul Adjin way. Or like dodging questions, that's the Paul Adjin way. Thanks, I'll be sure to ask when I have something you'll actually answer. As I was saying, the Adjin protected the Fae Spirit mediums back then. Some discriminated against them, you see, while others tried to abuse their power.
Hold it!
Spirit mediums were targets of discrimination? Yes. Some people even treated them like they were monsters. The transformation the mediums underwent when channeling spirits frightened the locals. And then there were those who tried to use them. You mean so they sought to control the channeling powers of the mediums? Discriminating against the minorities absolutely A vote for me is a vote to end discrimination. I vote to root it out wherever it may be. That is my promise to you. He's totally ignoring your questions. It's like you're a moderator of a political debate. Yeah, and only he cares about his talking points. As thrilling as your campaign is, can we please get back to your testimony? Heh, as you wish. Now then, as for the Crystal of Ami Fae, as thanks, Ami Fae gave the crystal she had specifically made as a gift to him.
Hold it!
You said she had it made, so then it was made in Japan? That's right. They say she hired a famous craftsman to make it. And they say it's quite valuable too. And you were going to take such a priceless family heirloom? And just give to your patron? That's so typical of you ignorant common types. Making difficult decisions when the chips are down is what being a politician is all about. But only when it's in service of your own political career, you mean. The crystal is a testament to my ancestors' remarkable achievements. And furthermore, I'm a descendant of that great lord.
Hold it!
So tell me, Mr. Ashton Wimberson, were you famous in Grand Village? You could say that, but I find my popularity to be rather bemusing. Bemusing? Yes, my campaign posters keep going missing as soon as I put them up. My avid supporters and female fans are likely taking them home to hang in their bedrooms. Sure. I guess ignorance really is bliss. All this only proves my fine lineage. As such, my political power and influence is backed by centuries of history.
Hold it!
I'm sorry, but is any of that relevant to the issue of the relic's rightful owner? Have you never heard of Kingcraft? Kingcraft? It's the art of ruling as a king. My father drilled it into my head from a young age. And one of its presets states, ruin awaits a ruler who responds to every single issue posed by masses. Well, that answers my question about what it meant by king of his nation. Progress. Apollo, who is this Ami Fae anyway? I believe she was the founder of the Crime channeling technique. Plaintiff claims she had the crystal made for his ancestor. That would mean it was made in Japan, right? Yes, I suppose it would.
Objection!
You stated that Ami Fae had the crystal made from your ancestor. So am I to assume it was made in Japan? That's right. The craftsmanship is unbeatable. Well, that's strange. I don't see how your so-called crystal could have been made there. What are you talking about? It's quite obvious to take a closer look at this.
Take that!
Take a look at the distinctive design here. According to Dr. Buff, it's a Matama motif dating back to the early days of the Kingdom of Crime. Kingdom of Crime, And you base this on... Here. This piece of evidence, Your Honor. These are the Doctor's research notes on the Founder's Orb. This is the box in which the orb was originally stored. It features the same pattern as the one found on the orb. They do look like the same pattern. Therefore, I assert that the disputed item must have been made in the Kingdom of Khura'in. My placard!
Objection!
Khura'in channeling technique originated from the Kingdom of Khura'in. Amife is known to have traveled there to train. With that in mind, what's to say she didn't bring that pattern back with her?
Objection!
But since this is clearly Khura'in's design, not even you can deny the possibility that it was made there, in the Kingdom of Khura'in.
Objection!
Anything's possible to some extent. That doesn't make it true. So you can't conclude that the orb is from Khura'in based solely on that pattern. If it were that simple, I could just easily say it's Japanese. I have to agree with Mr. Wright, the pattern alone proves nothing. That also means there is no basis to claim the item in dispute was made in Japan either. At this rate, we're going nowhere fast. Ah, he's right. We're just spinning our wheels here. I wonder if we'll have any evidence that could break this stalemate. Evidence that could break this stalemate. defense would like to present a piece of evidence to the court. A piece that will finally break this stalemate. Oh? Well, you sure piqued my interest. Let's see what we got. Alright.
Take that!
Me 3 defense. Why can I not skip this? Ooh, that's much better. What's the deal? I have a suggestion. Why don't we consider this from a different angle? Listening. What if the Defiant Dragons really were authorized to take possession of the relic? I'm afraid I don't know where you're going with this, Mr. Wright. Consider the orb transfer agreement, which states, I agree to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Defiant Dragons if I will come to no harm. What if, as the last part suggests, this was written during duress? That would render the agreement null and void. What are you suggesting, Mr. Wright? While you were on your little cave expedition, I was investigating Dr. Ruff's accident. And there was something you overlooked, Mr. Justice. Namely, that his accident might have actually been a murder. What? Murder? Mr. Wright, you do realize such statements are not to be made lightly. Are you suggesting the Doctor was murdered by the Defiant Dragons? Yes, but follow me on this for a sec. The books that came tumbling down were from the archaeology shelf. However, among that mountain of books was a single volume on psychology. What's more, there was some blood on it. And you feel this important because the books that came tumbling down were from the top shelf, the archaeology books. We know this because the Doctor's books were meticulously organized by subject. Archaeology took up the entire shelf, so that psychology book is completely out of place. Come to think of it, the shelves were arranged quite carefully. It's also worth noting that psychology books only take up a tiny part of the bottom shelf. You might wonder why a book on psychology was found amid the pile of archaeology books. But I believe I can explain what that single out-of-place book was doing there. The doctor was struck from behind while selecting a psychology book from the shelf. And that's when the blood got on the book. Precisely. And to make it look like an accident, it was buried under a mountain of archaeology books. Wait a second. This is all just speculation, right? Or do you have some proof that it was a murder? Of course I do. You do? On a hunch, I had Detective Sky examine the doctor's head wound. She found that he'd been struck by the corner of some object or another. Wait, what? A wound like that wouldn't have resulted from a fall to the floor, you know. Or do you understand what this means, Mr. Justice? The wound makes it crystal clear that Dr. Ruff was murdered. Well, that was unexpected. Who'd have thought we'd break out of the stalemate like this? He pulled the ladder right from under us. If you think that's enough to make me back down, he's got another thing coming. Even if the cause of death was murder, what makes you think it was the Defiant Dragons? You should know better than to hurl baseless accusations.
Objection!
Did you forget that you were up against who you were up against, Mr. Justice? Huh? You didn't actually think I'd come to court without a witness and evidence, did you? What are you talking about? I would like to request further testimony from the plaintiff. Specifically, I would like the court to hear how he saw one of the rebels leaving the crime scene. If you can prove it was murder, that's the end of our client's right to the door. Did he have this up his sleeve the whole time? How could Mr. Wright do this to us? He was just waiting to spring this trap. Ah! This trial has taken another unexpected turn. And I must mention, Mr. Wright, that you have yet to identify the murder weapon. The object used to commit the murder was not located at the scene of the crime. The murderer likely disposed of it elsewhere. Well, I never thought we'd be deliberating the issue of a murder at a civil trial. All right, Mr. Addison Wimberson, your testimony, if you please. Prepare to be dazzled. Dazzled by charismatic oration forged in the crucible. Blah, blah, blah. That evening, I was walking alone, lost in thought. I passed by the doctor's house, and that's when I saw Mr. Arabal. He was running out to the front door. It was around 10 at night. Surely that must have been him fleeing the scene of his crime. A vote for me is a vote to end such violence. That is my promise to you. The plaintiff saw a possible suspect fleeing from the doctor's residence, and it was within the window of the estimated time of death. That's Arabal. What in the world were you doing there, then? Seems Mr. Arabal was loitering about Crane Village that day. There's evidence he was in the doctor's study as well. Isn't that right, Mr. Justice? You mean the suitcase? Exactly. You must have been in quite the rush to leave that behind. Oh, and by the way, Your Honor, Mr. Arabal just so happens to be sitting in the gallery today. See? That's him trying to escape as we speak. Right, you backstabber! What are you doing this to me? Alright, the counsel/defense may question the plaintiff/witness once more. I haven't. Please proceed, Mr. Justice.
Hold it!
Are you taking a walk? Society is inundated with serious problems that must be solved, and as a politician, I'm always on the job, thinking hard about the possible solutions, even on my walks. Thanks for the non-answer. While we live out our comfy lives, there are starving children who suffer in the back alleys of our major cities. It's not in me to ignore such suffering. A vote for me is vote to end hunger and for world peace.
Hold it! Hold it!
What were you doing under that tree? A lack of lateral thinking. That is politicians' downfall. What? That is why, if I'm elected, I promise to think outside the box. What? The question was, what were you doing under the tree, Mr. Addison Wendelson? I suppose I can't expect a plebeian such as yourself to understand my grand design. Oh yeah? Try me, O Lord of Plebs. Mr. Addison Wimberson, I believe the court is well aware of your grand political vision. Now, let's have the rest of your testimony, if you please.
Hold it!
Did you notice anything unusual? Yes, his behavior was incredibly suspicious. His eyes were darting all around as he ran off in total panic. As soon as I saw that, I knew he had done something. It probably wasn't good. Despite that, you still didn't report it to the police? Who would have thought he had killed Dr. Buff? Not me. That's why I didn't report him. So the witness didn't notify the police. Is that an important statement, Mr. Justice? Yes, it's important. I request that we have decided to testimony.
Hold it!
You had no idea he was dead. In other words, you knew nothing about what had happened? I'm truly ashamed of myself. What? There's been a gruesome murder in my beloved village. What a fool I've been. I was thinking only of the village's future and world peace. It seems my earnest attitude and industrious nature have come back to haunt me. Only a politician would try to pass off a Apollo, you think this is how all politicians will be from now on? We're all doomed if they are.
Hold it!
But at the time, you didn't know the doctor was dead, is that correct? It's true that I've been known as a prodigy from a very young age. Huh? I graduated high school and college exceptional grades as class president. I reformed real old school traditions. My exploits were even covered in local papers. But as exceptional as I am, I can't possibly be expected to know everything at all times. This isn't working. He keeps bending the questions to serve his own needs. Hang in there, Apollo. Mr. Addison Wimperson, I believe the court is well aware of your exceptional nature. Now, would you please continue with your testimony?
Hold it!
So how do you actually intend to end such violence? Elite politicians such as myself never reveal the strategies. Did you really think I would divulge such sensitive information to the likes of you? Yeah, but surely you have some sort of campaign platform you're running on. No comment. Clearly, his a platform controlled by an idiot full of a sound of fury signifying nothing. He said he saw dats from under the tree. If that's true, then... Did you figure something out? Yeah, I think he's hiding something. Let's take another look at the evidence, Athena.
Objection! Objection!
Why can't I skip?
Objection!
Sorry, but you're way off. I am? Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice? If the witness saw Mr. Arbel from this position here, then he should have also been able to see the doctor's body. After all, it was right next to a huge window. With the body that clearly visible to the witness, it's unthinkable that he wouldn't have reported it to the police. Did he fall asleep? Mr. Addison Wimperson. Mr. Addison Wimperson! There are many sides to any issue. Whatever due to the sort of this. In any case, I'd like the court to acknowledge the inconsistency in the witness's testimony. Mr. Addison Wimperson, did you really see Mr. Arbel? Yes.
Hold it!
Where do you think you're going? Oh, I thought I'd return to my seat, seeing as I had already answered the question. This isn't some small town hall debate. You just stay right there until I say we're through. I'll have to run that by my campaign manager before
Objection!
Mr. Addison Wimperson, I think it's time for you to come clean. Huh? So then, does this mean you didn't see Mr. Arbel? As your lawyer, Mr. Addison Wimperson, I advise you divulge that matter we discussed. Silence is no longer an option. Don't worry, you won't suffer any blowback for what you're about to reveal. He climbed the tree. Remember how it was an anonymous caller that reported the doctor's death? Come to think of it. Wait, you're not saying that... Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. The anonymous source who contacted the police after discovering the body was... my client, Mr. Paul Addison Wimperson. What? You don't say. So you see, he played his part as a concerned citizen, quite admirably, we may say so. Isn't that right? Yes, indeed. In our society today, there are too many who choose indifference over righteous action. But I don't number among them. That's why I did my duty as a concerned citizen. One might call me the model citizen, one worthy of standing above the rest. What a real standard bearer he is, reporting it anonymously. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Justice, wasn't there someone else at the scene of the crime when my client discovered the body? Oh, I mean Mr. Arbel? He would have been leaving the doctor's office right around then. Wait, that means... Yes, it does. In short, my client witness was Mr. Arbel fleeing the scene of the heinous murder. And then Phoenix's theme plays! Ooh, this is awesome, okay. That's not all. Based on what we heard so far, Mr. Arbel looked exceedingly suspicious. That's putting it mildly. We already know that defiant dragons threaten the Doctor with bodily harm. And now that they've killed him, the so-called orb transfer agreement is null and void. And what sort of evidence do you have? Can you actually prove that it was Mr. Arbel who killed the Doctor? That move have desperate written all over it. It's all I've got, so I'm going with it. Evidence? I suppose it's true that I don't have any. I knew it. But I do have another witness. You do? You should know that I always come fully prepared, Mr. Justice. Sure you do. And my new witness will provide testimony proving Mr. Arbel's guilt. A new witness? I wonder who it could be. Very well. Bailiff, please summon our new witness. In the meantime, the court will take a brief recess. I would like both sides to use this time to prepare properly. Understood? How would the defense prepare without seeing the witness? Or, I don't know. Whatever. Wow, I knew Mr. Wright would put up a tough fight, but... yeah, just when I thought we had him, he'd turn the tables on us. He really is the Turnabout terror. We can't let him blindside us again. Looks like they've got me again. 3 times in 1 year. That's a new record. Please, no more new records or bad puns while you're at it. It's hard enough trying to help you as it is. Roger that, I'll be more careful next time. Is what Mr. Wright said true. Did you really pay a visit to Dr. Ruff that night? Sure did. Can't remember the exact time though. All I know is he wouldn't hand over the orb. Someone put it in his head that we rebels were dangerous. That's why he threw me out. So the Doctor was still alive when Dad saw him. We're still here. We'll still have to prove it though. Better brace yourself, son. The next witness's testimony could make or break this case. Yeah, I know. Hey, where's Trucy? She went to go see your dad. Maybe she's still mad. Or like worried. Worried that this trial will create a rift between you two. That you might even then leave the agency. She has an active imagination. Excuse me. Trial will be resuming shortly. Well, let's go see what new testimony awaits us. I'm hungry. Alright, court is back in session. Mr. Wright, you said you had a witness. Your Honor, I would like to call the lone survivor of the Doctor's murder to the stand. Wait, he can't mean that Sarge is here? You mean Dr. Buff's reclusive son? How did you get him to cooperate? Nothing a little persuasion couldn't handle. Poor child only agreed to help if it meant catching the killer. Getting a kid like that to overcome his fear, now that's impressive. This is really be really important testimony for the kid to come out in public like this. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please call your witness to the stand. It's gonna be the drone, isn't it? Yep. Oh my. Sergeant Buff at your service, sir. He's here as the drone, really? Mr. Wright? What exactly is the meaning of this? Post-trauma has rendered it impossible for the witness to venture out in public. Leaving home was hard enough, and it seems leaving the witness lobby was just too much. But I would still like to continue with testimony delivered via this drone. I understand it must be terrible to lose one's father like that. Testimony via remote control to the remote control Choi? Well, let's take things for a spin and see how it goes. Just who's piloting this trial anyway? The judge sure warmed up to the idea fast. I think the phrase you're looking for is gave up. You disappoint me, Corporal Justice, to think I once called you a corp comrade. Defending the man who killed Papa? That's full-on treason, soldier. I hereby demote you back to private. Corporal? Private? What's he talking about, Apollo? It's a long story. Now then, are you ready to testify, youngster? Locked and loaded, sir. Ready to rain lead down upon the perpetrator. Of course. Papa met with someone the night he died. I didn't have eyes on the ground, as I'd already mounted my siege defense, but I did hear him arguing with someone in his study. From my window, I saw the one designated Dats getting ejected from the premises. After that, the man lingered around the perimeter for some time. He must have regrouped and killed my papa in the study later. I just know it. Yes, Your Honor. So the men my client saw really must have been the fleeing Mr. Armo. Objection! Right, you backstabbing no good. I didn't kill no one. It's the enemy. Ready for all missiles and fire! Capitalist pig, I'll turn you into pork strong enough. And that's just taste of ultimate anti-swine weapon. Whoa, it fires missiles too?
Hold it!
I don't know if you're the right person to be asking about things like that. That's right, such matters need to be handled with a certain delicacy. Oh, I guess curiosity got the better of me.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse. I wonder why he hung around after being thrown out. I hate to say this, but if that's what's proven to be the killer, we'll lose the orb to the plaintiff. So our only option is to prove the Defiant Dragons had nothing to do with the murder.
Objection!
Oh my god, are you serious? Why can't I skip?
Objection! Objection!
Sarge, are you hiding something from me? How dare you question your superior officer like that? You wanna get in on this stroganoff action with Pig Boy over there, soldier? Sorry, but I'm afraid lawyers are missile-proof. What? The defense character explain. Simple, Your Honor. Just as he's able to see what is happening in court right now, Sarge is able to see what was happening in the study then. With his cherished throne, of course. Mayday, I'm going down. Tell it to us straight, Sarge. After all, you wanted to help your father, don't you? Yes, you want to find out who killed him, don't you? So please, tell us what you saw that night. It's not what you think. I didn't see anything. I swear. You sure? You seem awfully stressed for someone who didn't see anything. Sarge. You need to answer my question. Shut your pie hole, maggot! It'll be a scorching day in Siberia before a lonely private like you orders me around. What's with them in Siberia, of all places? But if a scorching day is what it'll take, then maybe it's time to turn up the heat. Hey Athena, you think a therapy session might help? Well, it could help alleviate some of his anxiety. Plus, I'm picking up a lot of discord in Sarge's voice. Your Honor, I believe I can be of help here. Time for a therapy session, is it, Miss Six? Yes. It will help him with his anxiety. Maybe even enough to testify. And by all means, please bring the poor child out into the light of day. Oh, but I assume this will be alright with you, Mr. Wright. Why not? It's not like we all haven't been through this before. What are you butting in for, lady? Great enough place on this battlefield for you. I beg to differ, Sarge. This G.I. Jane's always ready for a fight in the courtroom. And wait until you see what I've got in my arsenal. Analytical psychology. With it, I'm going to blow a big old hole in the armor you've built up around your belt. Right. First evidence, now analytical psychology? Where are these WMDs coming from? Well, if it's a battle you want, bring it on. You may have started this war, but I'm going to end it. Corpse woman Sykes. You got it, Sarge. Time to seek out the agony bird deep in your heart. Brace yourself.
Got it! Got it! Got it!
That's strange. You reacted with a shock when you discovered your father's body. Yet you weren't nearly as shocked as as when you saw Mr. Arabal. Normally, you'd expect the death of one's father to be much more impactful. Enemy fire! Direct hit! That is strange. I wonder what it can mean. Well, we know he wasn't as affected by his father's death as he should have been. I think I know why. Oh? Sarge, you weren't as shocked at seeing your father's body as seeing Mr. Arabel because... Hey, the moment I saw it, oof, I couldn't bear it. I couldn't stand to lose you in the Lord one. Huh? Am I missing something here? Is that why you weren't very shocked when you found out your father was dead? Because you had already sensed that he was a goner somehow? But maybe. Please, Sarge. What was it you saw on the night of your father's murder? Oh, okay. I saw. What's happening? I don't like where this is going. No more, please. We finally got him back. Nice work. This witness is truly a handful. Miss Sykes, what's the witness's current psychological state? Let's see. He was emotionally all over the map. So his out of control emotions are in control of him, huh? Does that mean we can calm him down if we can figure out the root cause? Yes, so let's see what we can find. Sarge, can you hear me? Is that you, Corporal Sykes? I'm here. Now, I want you to take a few deep breaths. Just try to relax. Try with me. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. And now, let your emotions take you where they will. Go on, just let it all out. All forces, attack! That's the least relaxing breathing exercise I've ever seen. What? He has 2 out of control emotions, huh? That's all we have to find out. And all we have to find out now is what's causing them to run wild like this. Yes, whatever is the cause, it should appear somewhere in the mood mix. Let me know if you think you found it. Ugh, easier said than done. Don't suppose you have any ideas on where to start? Well, I would think about Sarge's personality in his past. Okay, right.
Got it!
That's it. Sarge. You were overcome with shock and fear when you saw those flames, weren't you? Was I? Yes, just 6 months ago. You and your mother were caught up in an arson displace. There's no wonder you would be extremely scared of fire. Yes, that does make sense. Maybe, just maybe, your subconscious fear of fire was what caused you to withdraw from the world. What do you mean, Corpsewoman Sykes? In the outside world, we're bound to come across all sorts of fire. Candles, cigarettes, heck, even the grill at a diner. Even if it's not that often, just the idea you might see them grew bigger and bigger until you couldn't shut it out. I think you might be onto something. Candles, cigarettes, just thinking about them sends a chill down my spine. Wow, things I take for granted. Oh, I see. I was afraid. Afraid of the fire. Strange, I didn't even realize it myself. About that fire, Sarge, can you tell me what it was burning? Just stay calm and maybe it will come to you. Oh! I'm starting to remember. It was... It was that relic. The relic Papa was studying. It was on fire. The orb was on fire? Mm-hmm. It's still kind of fuzzy. But yes, the orb was burning. Right in front of me. Right in front of Papa. And there, in the flames was... Mama? Yes, now I remember. I saw Mama appear amid the dancing flames. What the hell? What's going on here? Maybe it's a memory from the fire that killed his mother. You might be confusing it with what really happened when his father died. So let me guess, more therapy? Yep. But this time, it seems there's an inconsistency in the statements. I think we should be able to prove it with the evidence at hand.
Objection!
What? Oh.
Objection!
Sarge is saying that his father was burning the orb when he was killed. But doesn't that seem funny to you? Considering what the doctor was up to that night, doesn't that up? Wait, what?
Objection! 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 Objection!
Oh my god!
Objection!
Dude, I give up.
Objection! Objection!
Are you serious? Don't blame yourself, Sarge. After all, even if you hadn't passed out, outcome would have been the same. What do you mean? Talking about the time of death. Your father wasn't killed right after you left your room. What? Explain yourself at once, Private Justice. You said you saw your father burning the orb, right? But that night, he went out to hide it in a cave. So what you saw, Sarge, was something that happened before your father left to hide the orb. So you see, you didn't pass out right before he was killed. You passed out right before he left for the cave to hide the orb and the ruins within. So even if I hadn't passed out, that's right, the outcome would have been the same. That's because your father, Dr. Buff, was killed right after he returned from the ruins. And therefore, Sarge, there's no need for you to blame yourself. Private Justice, can you really say I bear no blame in this? Why do you ask? Because the truth is, if I hadn't engaged in my siege defense, Papa would still be alive. Sarge, Papa wished nothing more than for me to lead a happy, healthy life. That's why he quit his job and moved us out, away from the big city. But even then, he didn't have the courage to set foot into the outside world. And in the end, I failed to make Papa's wish come true. Sarge? If you want to make your father's wish come true, if that's what you really want, then who's to say it's too late? Why don't you take the first step now? My first step? That's right. You can cast off all your regrets. You can stop standing still and start moving forward. You have the power within you. I know from experience. I know what it's like to feel like you do. But only you can decide to take that first step. You don't change your tactics now, Sarge. The victory you seek in the war you're waging will always lie beyond your grasp. think I understand now. I've made up my mind. As of this moment, I will suspend my siege defense indefinitely. It's a girl, right? Huh? Sergeant Buff, reporting for duty. What? I thought you were a guy. You're definitely not the gruff drill sergeant I envisioned. Well, my mama was in the Russian army. I was just as shocked, but it certainly explained a few things when I found out too. May I introduce you to Miss Army Buff, age 12. No way. Careful, soldier. Don't forget I could blow you at any moment's notice. She's just too cute. So, have you always been in a wheelchair, Sarge? Negative. Only since I was injured. In the fire. Your voice sounds awfully different from before. My drone features a voice modulation device. Just one of my army's many technological marvels. But you fooled me. I thought some 20-something military fanatic was at the controls. If it's all the same to you, troops, I'd like to continue my testimony. I've just remembered something. And it's as crisp and clear as a trumpet at roll call. What did you remember? It wasn't my mother who appeared in the burning orb. It was some lady Papa had shown me a picture of a long time ago. He said it was the Holy Mother, founder of Koreanism. She appeared right there, right in the burning orb. Huh? What did you just say? Holy Mother of Koreanism was in the burning orb? What does that even mean? I have a bad feeling about this. Could it be? Could this explain what Sarge means by the Holy Mother appearing in the orb?
Take that!
Dr. Buff's research notes? What do they have to do with this? Look at this. The burning orb. The appearance of the founder. This part points to both.
Take that!
There's a legend about the orb involving a mysterious riddle. And in this song, in turn, is said to contain the key to solving it. If the legend is true, then I believe the answer lies in this part of the song. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire. Only then shall the Holy Mother return. Well, anyone see where I'm going with this? Prayers as fervent as fire. Ah! You're supposed to set the orb on fire? The whole stanza seems to suggest that the founder will appear if the orb is set on fire. Wait, so the doctor, he... Yes, Athena. He had solved the ancient riddle of the founder's orb. Oh my. Papa was a great archaeologist, so I believe in him, and I want to believe. I want to believe he achieved his long-time dream of solving that riddle before he died. Well, we won't know for sure until we try it for ourselves. Yes, do it, Private Justice. Please. I want to see what Papa was searching for with my own eyes.
Objection!
The plaintiff must object to this.
Objection!
The plaintiff will stand down and be quiet.
Objection!
You don't have the right to set a precious relic like that on fire. Oh, but I do. All I need was Sarge's permission. Since we still don't know if this treasure is the Founder's Orb or the Crystal of Ami Fe, any ownership rights the Doctor had now belong to his daughter. Therefore, you have absolutely no right to stop us. Very well, Mr. Justice. I never thought I'd be saying this, but you may burn the evidence. Alright, here we go. Look. Apollo, the inside of the orb. It's melting. There's something in there. Ah! The Dirk, isn't she? Her garb leaves no room for doubt. It's the founder herself. Face and all. I don't understand. The greatest of taboos in Koreanism is the depiction of the founder's face. Yet here it is, hidden within this orb. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but as you can see, the issue is crystal clear. This figure is the Holy Mother, founder of Koreanism. And based on that, this must be none other than the Founder's Orb. Be that as it may, Mr. Arbel still may have killed the Doctor. If so, it would render the orb transfer agreement null and void. Don't play dumb, Mr. Wright. The truth of the matter has already been proven. Dr. Ruff wasn't killed right after the Sarge saw Mr. Arbel. It happened after the Doctor came back from hiding the orb. And you've no proof that Mr. Arbel was still around at the time. Your claim that the Defiant Dragons were behind the crime doesn't hold water. That means the orb transfer agreement is still perfectly valid. Admit it, Mr. Wright. I just burned your whole case to the ground. Ooh. No! I won? I actually won? Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Respond? I don't think so. Wait, did we just win? Did we actually beat the Turnabout Terror? You're amazing, Apollo. Don't just stand there, right? Do something! Well, I don't think there's any digging out of this hole. Mr. Edison Wimperson, I think it's time for your concession speech. I've proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is the Founder's Orb. The facts don't lie, but you obviously do. How's that for a campaign slogan? Why are you contemptuous peasant? I think this is a good time to wrap up this trial. If both parties have no further objections, I will render my verdict. No objections here, Your Honor. No Hold it! You can't do this. The crystal is mine. I'll lose the election if I lose that crystal. I'm sorry, but there's really nothing more I can do. You haven't forgotten about our little chat, haven't you? Have you? He's holding Maya hostage, isn't he? What's going on here?
Objection!
Your Honor, I object to the defense's last claim. What? I don't believe they have truly proven that the relic is indeed the Founder's Orb. Mr. Wright, I don't think even you could bluff your way out of this one. What possible argument could you have to claim that this isn't the Founder's Orb? About that. Oh, of course! He can't possibly have hit on something. The defense's assertion is incomplete, and this is why. The defense is basing their claim that this relic is the Founder's Orb on a legend. And that legend claims that the Founder will return when the riddle is solved at last. Right, and that's what happened. The Founder was revealed for all to see. But Mr. Justice, what about the rest of the legend? Huh? According to the legend, once the Founder returned, she would bestow spiritual power onto the person who solved the riddle. You're kidding, right? Well, Mr. Justice, do you feel great spiritual power coursing through your veins? No. But receiving spiritual powers and stuff, it's all just mystic mumbo jumbo, right? Maybe so, but you're the one basing your claim on said legend. And what we saw here does not fully fulfill it, does it? No, but... Consequently, you cannot rightfully claim that this is the Founder's Orb. How can you say it's the... What's gotten into him? Why is Mr. Wright doing this? It would appear that Mr. Wright has lost a few of his marbles. That couldn't be further from the truth, Your Honor. In any case, I believe this is a good time for a recess. Both sides will have 20 minutes to prepare. I ask that all arguments be ready by then. Oh, and Mr. Wright, you do well to wash up and find your missing marbles by then, too. That's funny. Oh, I can't... Okay, so... After this is probably the point for to be continued. Mr. Wright is sure acting funny. I mean, he's famous for going on a limb, but that last assertion was just plain crazy. It's either a bluff or Hail Mary. Either way, it doesn't make much sense. Maybe there's something we're missing here. Although, he seemed perfectly normal when we spoke earlier. Apollo, I have a bad feeling about this. I'm going to check up on him. What's going on with you, Mr. Wright? Hey, Private Justice. Oh, Sarge. I forgot to mention something. On the night of Papa's murder, a strange thing happened. Oh, but why are you only telling me about it now? Well, I didn't say anything before because I thought Papa's death was an accident. But now that we know otherwise, I figured it might be important. There's still more to this case. When I left my room and lost consciousness, I passed out right here. It's right above the coffee bar. But when I came to, someone was pushing my wheelchair. What? I was so scared I made a hasty retreat as fast as my wheels could take me. Do you know who it was? No, it was pitch black. Plus, I fled to my room so fast I didn't even have a chance to turn on the lights. Maybe it was your father. No, he would have said something to me. Besides, I'd have known if it was him. So then, it could have been your father's real killer? My thoughts exactly. But you didn't report this to the police? It didn't even occur to me. It's okay, you were obviously still upset, so don't beat yourself up over it. Apollo, this could be really important information. I think the act of pushing Sarge's wheelchair could be part of some bigger scheme. It's hard to see why else the killer would have done such a thing. I guess I should take her statement down as evidence. What's with the long face? I had to go with Mr. Wright. What should I... Athena? Oops, sorry. Zoned out there for a sec. The recess is almost over, so let's go. What's that all about? I guess we'll find out. There's no break? There's no save point? Really? Alright, court is, once again, back in session. Now, Mr. Wright, about that last objection you raised. We, the plaintiffs, still believe that the defense has yet to sufficiently prove its case. They claim that according to the legend, the Founder's Sword would bestow spiritual power. Yet the relic in question has failed to do so, therefore it has failed its own test. I see. He's sticking with that ridiculous argument. Furthermore, even if it is the Founder's Orb, it can't be awarded to the Defiant Dragons. After all, they were the ones who killed Dr. Buff. What are you talking about? That was already proven to be false. There are no grounds for asserting that the Defiant Dragons murdered the Doctor. Oh, but I'm afraid there are, Mr. Justice. Your Honor, I would like to present new testimony to this court. Testimony that will show that Everbelt did in fact kill Dr. Buff. What? Very well. You may call your witness. I guess Mr. Wright found another angle. What new testimony could there be to this late in the game? I love that. Oh, great. This guy. Fellow citizens, it is I, Paul Edison, the once and future representative of the people. Jeez, not him again. My client divulged new information to me during the recess. He remembered something he saw, you see. Something crucial to this case. How very convenient. It was around 11 at night, and I was out on a mobile meet and greet around the village. That's when I saw Dr. Buff being murdered from outside his study window. What? Mr. Arabelle snuck up from behind and struck him on the head. His weapon of choice, a suitcase. A big strong man like him could easily swing a heavy suitcase into someone's head. You saw the murder as it happened? You're telling us now because I saved the best for last. It's a tactic known to all as the political greats. The murder weapon was a complete mystery, but my client's eyewitness account has finally brought it into the light. According to the autopsy report, Dr. Buff was struck in the head by the corner of some object. I suppose that could very well be the corner of a suitcase.
Objection!
Eyewitness testimony isn't the same as hard evidence. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that if I were you. What's that supposed to mean? We have physical evidence too. The luminol test revealed. The doctor's blood on Mr. Arbel's suitcase. But how does that prove Mr. Arbel used it as a weapon?
Objection!
You should know the answer to that, Mr. Justice. Since you know as well that as I that the suitcase is covered in his fingerprints. But like, it's his suitcase, of course his fingerprints are gonna be on it. The Turnabout terror strikes again. This is quite convincing testimony and evidence. Nevertheless, you may proceed with your cross-examination, Mr. Justice. You were on a so-called mobile meet and greet at 11 at night? That's right. It's the perfect time because everyone is at home. You should have seen how the villagers' eyes teared up when they heard what I had to say. With tears of frustration, no doubt. You weren't riding around in your palanquin? That's right. Some village idiot reported me to the police. I've been banned from using it after dark. No wonder, with all the noise he makes. So what exactly did you see then? That's when I saw Dr. Buff being murdered from outside his study window.
Hold it!
Sounds like you witnessed something rather than shocking. Something rather shocking. Indeed, I didn't even believe it at first. I mean, a vicious murder in Karine? There haven't been many murders there, I take it. If I'm elected, I promise you that such a terrible tragedy will never happen again. I hope for me is I want to banish murder forever from our beloved Karine village. Yeah, good luck with that. Mr. Ashton Wimperson, please tell us the court what you saw at the scene of the crime. Mr. Arabelle snuck up from behind and struck him on the head.
Hold it!
He snuck up from behind? So you're saying the doctor never even realized Mr. Arabelle was there? That's right. He was utterly absorbed in a book. I see. What did you see Mr. Arabelle do next? He climbed up the bookshelf ladder and dumped a bunch of books down on the body. I believe he was trying to make it look like an accident. That idiot didn't realize I could see everything from outside the window. One of those statements doesn't feel right. Your Honor, I believe the witness made an important statement just now. That is an idiot. Very well. The witness will please add that statement to his testimony. Yeah, I know exactly what to do. Like we're standing in front of the bookshelves, absorbed in a book.
Objection!
The doctor was standing in front of the bookshelves, absorbed in a book, you say? I'm sorry, but it seems your testimony is completely unreliable. That's quite a bold statement. Well, let's hear you back it up. I challenge you to prove that I'm anything but 100% reliable. It would be my pleasure. Lately, it seems the doctor's eyes had gotten so bad he needed reading glasses. However, his reading glasses were over on his desk. So you see, there's no way he could have been reading it in front of the bookshelves. I'm sorry, Mr. Addison Wimperson, but I'm going to have to ask you to explain this discrepancy to the voting public. Yeah, You what? I'll explain it, you lolly cur. I simply made a mistake, you see. The doctor was actually sitting at his desk when Mr. Arabelle hit him over the head. When the doctor would have... But then the doctor would have been facing him. Surely he would have seen him and tried to run? Dr. Buff was nodding off. I could tell because his eyes were closed, and he wasn't moving. Sounds more like what you would do. And how do you explain the fact that he was struck in the back of the head? Isn't that something that should be impossible from the front of the desk? Oh, about that. He bowed his head and then nodded off. That's when he was clobbered. There is a problem. A very big problem. The witness's statement doesn't hold up under the slightest bit of scrutiny. Is that so? Then will you please show this court what evidence you have to justify this? Gladly, Your Honor.
Take that!
Diagram of the study? Mr. Addison Wimperson allegedly viewed the murder from here. The doctor was allegedly nodding off here. But from his vantage point, the bookcase would have blocked the witness's line of sight. Why, yes, I believe you're right. But...
Objection!
Dude, that face. The fact remains, my client knew that the suitcase was the murder weapon. So he definitely had first-hand knowledge of the crime scene. I'm afraid I have to agree with you there, Mr. Wright. But then we have to ask ourselves, from what vantage point did he see the murder? What are you insinuating, Mr. Justice? From what vantage point could Mr. Addison Wimperson have seen the dozing doctor? Once we determine that, I believe we finally see the truth behind this incident.
Take that!
But that's... It is indeed. But everything only makes sense if the witness was there in the study. Inside the study? But that's the scene of the crime. I know. Sir Addison Wimperson, the man who claims to be a witness to the murder, was most certainly in that very room. Apollo, are you suggesting... Mr. Addison Wimperson, weren't you the one who actually swung that suitcase?
Objection!
What you're proposing is ludicrous. My client is a small, thin man, whereas Ms. Rebel is the muscular to pull it off. He has a point. I gave up trying to lift that thing after one go. That's right. He's the only one who could have lifted such a heavy object. Now do you understand? Rebel, that's Arabelle is the doctor's killer. As long as the suitcase is a murder weapon, the suspicion falls entirely on Dats. I'll have to poke a hole in Mr. Wright's argument somehow, Paula. Oh, I will. And with his own technique, no less. If Mr. Addison Wimperson couldn't swing the suitcase around, we'll just have to consider another way he could have used it as a murder weapon instead. I'm going to turn this case on its head, Mr. Wright, just like you taught me. You talk big, Mr. Justice. But do you have what it takes? Well, this should be interesting. Mr. Addison Wimperson's testimony has been filled with one inaccuracy after another. First, he stated that the book was in front of the bookshelves. Now he claims the doctor was sitting at his desk. So where was the victim really when he was killed? Also, where was his killer, and how was the murder weapon really used? The important thing here is the position of the victim and killer relative to... Yes, Your Honor. If they were positioned in a certain way, it would be possible to use the suitcase as a weapon without lifting a finger. You can't mean... I would ask the court to recall the study's layout. It's quite distinctive, as you can see. Now, if Buff were sitting in a certain spot, and his killer was at another spot, the suitcase would become a weapon anyone could use. Very well, Mr. Justice. Where was Dr. Buff's killer at the time of the crime?
Take that!
There? Oh, that's... This should wrap things up nice and pretty for you, Mr. Wright. I would ask the court to recall the study's layout. But this time, instead of thinking in 2 dimensions, let's think in 3. Only then can we clearly see the killer's method at work. The killer didn't have to swing the suitcase. If you used gravity to its advantage, that is. That's right. It was the plaintiff, one Paul Addison Wimberson, who used the suitcase. He used it from the 2nd floor and sent it hurling down towards onto Dr. Buff, who was sitting at the coffee bar. Psychology book had been at the coffee bar, no doubt. The doctor must have set it down there after he finished reading it, or the like. But his blood got on it, which is why the killer thought to hide it in the books. That's quite an entertaining theory you have there, Mr. Justice. But there's no evidence that the murder took place at the coffee bar. I'm not so sure about that, but Mr. Wright, I'd say that evidence of the murder occurring at the coffee bar. The evidence does exist, and I'm going to show you. You are? This right here is proof that the murder took place at the coffee bar.
Take that!
This brown stain was determined to be coffee. What's more, it was still a bit damp when we saw it yesterday morning. One look at this book speaks volumes, I'm afraid, Mr. Wright. It tells us the doctor was having a cup of coffee at the coffee bar. And that's when the suitcase came hurling down, striking him on the head, causing both his blood and his coffee to spatter onto it. Well, Mr. Addison Wimberson? What motive could I possibly have to kill Dr. Buff? And there it is. Finally skews cornered killers are so fond of. Well, the doctor never returned your crystal to you, did he? Instead, he hid it in the cave ruins. Telling him that the Defiant Dragons were a dangerous bunch was a huge blunder. All it did was make him hide the orb. Your lie came back to bite you in the end. Even worse, the doctor saw the news reports, so he knew that the relic was the Founder's Sword. Being the contentious researcher he was, he knew he had to return it to its rightful place. And that meant keeping it out of your hands. He was so angry that he refused to return the relic to you. And you killed him with your own 2 hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Addison Wimberson? Death faces will never make me. Hey. That is... Apollo. Don't. Please don't accuse my clan of murder. Huh? What do you mean, don't accuse him? Why would you even say that, Mr. Wright? What I meant was, he's a promising politician with a bright future ahead of him. It's in our nation's best interest to avoid burdening him with the taint of scandal. Say what? Right, you'd better do something to change the current court in Clement, or I'll be charged with murder. And you know what will happen to her if that happens. What's he talking about? Well, I can ponder that later. For now, Mr. Wright, you can't possibly believe that Mr. Arbol is the killer. Are you really going to send an innocent man to prison? I thought you were better than that. Well, Mr. Wright, answer me. Mr. Wright? What in the world is going on here? If you won't say anything, then... Mr. Addison Wimperson, the defense hereby... Apollo, wait! Not you too, Athena. It's just, I wasn't sure of whether I should say anything, but... During that last recess, when I went to check on Mr. Wright, I overheard something I shouldn't have. I trust Maya is unharmed. I can't really say, but just remember, if I'm arrested or fail to obtain the treasure, there will be consequences. Consequences of the worst kind, if you catch my drift. Relax, all you have to do is ensure I get my hands on that relic. I must deliver it to my benefactor at all costs. What do they want the relic for, anyway? Something to do with an old legend. My patron seeks the great power said to be granted to whoever solves its secret. Maya? As in Maya Fey? Yes, the boss's legendary former assistant. Miss Fey is being held hostage? So it seems. Why didn't you tell me as soon as you heard this? Sorry, it's just Mr. Wright spotted me before I could slip away. And made me promise not to tell you. He said it would make things more difficult if you found out. As if things weren't already hard enough. So that's why Mr. Wright was acting so strange. I had no idea. This must have been excruciating for him. Think, Justice. There's got to be something you can do. Mr. Justice, about that last statement of yours. I believe you were in the middle of accusing the plaintiff of murdering Dr. Buff. Would you care to continue? I'm sorry, Apollo. I'm really, really sorry. What's gotten into you two? If I accuse that slime bag, I put Miss Faye's life in jeopardy. I'm far too important to be accused of murder. After all, our nation's future rests squarely on my either I give up or... Once I present the crystal to my patron, my victory is assured. And one day, I'll become president, and then king. I'll have every politician at my command. Now retract your accusation. I can't kowtow him. But the defense would like to retract the previous accusation. Yep, I knew it. Apollo. Dirk? I don't know what's going on here. But a lawyer should never look the way you do right now. With defeat and resignation written all over your face.
A dragon never yields.
Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go until its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get the truth. Dirk, a dragon never yields. He's right. It's all over if I give up now. If Mr. Wright's hands are tied, it's up to me to do what must be done. He saved my neck so many times. Now, it's my turn to save this. Dirk, thanks for that wake-up call. Oh, that's the face of a lawyer you got there, son. Where there's a will, there's a way. And I'm going to find the way to save Miss Faye, and see that justice is served. Oh, I love this! Oh, okay. That scumbag is holding Miss Faye hostage to ensure he gets the orb for his patron. And it seems said patron believes the orb is a legend. The orb's legend. Thing is, the founder did appear when the orb was exposed to fire, just as the legend said. If the legend is true, then we've already solved the riddle, right? Did not solve the riddle yet. The legend says the founder will bestow great spiritual power when she returns. But if that's true, it means we haven't solved the whole riddle yet. How can that be? Are we missing something? Wait, maybe. Maybe the part about the founder returning should be taken literally. How would it be possible for a dead person to return to the world of living? Founder can return through channeling. Oh, I know. There is a way for the dead to return. Spirit channeling! Of course, you'd have to know what the founder looked like first. But the orb has revealed her face to us. So what if it's a sign that we should channel her? Given the facts, in order to solve the riddle and receive the founder's power, I'd need... The ability of a medium to channel spirits is the final key to unlocking the orb's secrets. That means Mr. Addison Wimperson's patron will need one too. And once that slimy politician realizes that, he won't be able to lay a finger on Miss Faye. Everything's going to be okay, Mr. Wright. Because Mr. Paul Addison Wimperson can't afford to harm a hair on Miss Faye's head. Huh? Mr. Addison Wimperson, it seems you've chosen the wrong person to take hostage. What do you mean? Your patron seeks to solve the orb's riddle, and thereby receive great spiritual power. However, only Maya Fey can truly give them what they really want. She can? What do you mean, only Maya Fey? Think about what the return of the founder really means. We should have considered it more literally. After all, the orb was made in the kingdom of Kurai, the birthplace of spirit mediums. Ah, I think I see now. You need to know what the deceased looks like in order to channel them. But in Kuraiism, depicting the face of the founder is taboo. However, her true face is hidden in the orb. So maybe the orb is telling us to try channeling the founder. Exactly. Through a spirit medium, the founder can quite literally return. And if the legend is true, the founder just might bestow spiritual power on someone when she does. It's like when Pearls imbued Monogatama with spiritual power. If a human can be imbued with such power in a similar manner, it is said the founder possesses immense spiritual power. Such a great feat would not necessarily be beyond her. Wait a second. The legend is true? Do you understand now, Mr. Addison Wimperson? You were holding hostage the final key to unlocking the orb's secret. And if anything were to happen to her, the riddle will remain unsolved forever. There's always Pearl Faye. I can simply ask her to help. If she wants money, I have plenty to offer. She's not the kind of person to be tempted by material gain. And she certainly wouldn't help you if anything were to happen to her cousin. Maybe you'd like to go ask the Queen of Crying to channel the founder for you? You could, but he'd probably get executed for requesting such a thing. It's over. Now confess. You killed Dr. Buff, didn't you? It wasn't supposed to end this way. Mr. Addison Ripperson, are you admitting to committing the crime? You're my lawyer, Mr. Wright. Do something. It's true that I'm your lawyer, and as such, it's my job to defend you. However, defending my client isn't the only duty a lawyer has. There's something else that's equally as important. And that is finding the truth. What? Mr. Addison Wimperson, you have sought to twist the truth in the dirtiest of ways. I was complicit in your hostage taking, but in a way I was being held hostage too. Even so, there's still hope for me to make things right, and I owe it to all. I know it to all of you, and I owe it all to you, Apollo. Mr. Wright, I can't allow a murderer to walk scot-free. Therefore, Mr. Addison Wimperson, I must resign as your attorney. Does this mean I'm under arrest? No! Well, I have nothing to confess. What? I said I'm nothing to confess. I don't and I won't, especially not to a plebeian like you. This guy doesn't know when to give up. Besides, there's no truth to all these allegations. I mean, look at the suitcase. You won't find a single print of mine on it. All that means is you wiped them off, taking care only to leave Mr. Arbels. As many a great politician has said before me, no comment. In that case, try switching things up, Apollo. Look at the situation from a different angle. Is there really nothing that points to the suitcase being dropped from the above? Evidence that points to the suitcase being dropped from the second floor. The killer pushed the suitcase from the second floor all the way over to the coffee bar. Over the coffee bar. That would place him right around here. Ah, maybe. Just maybe. Thought of something, Apollo? I believe this piece of evidence to be connected to the dropping of the suitcase.
Take that!
That appears to be a statement. But how is it related to this case? On the night of the murder, Your Honor, Miss Army Buff physically left her room. That's when she saw the doctor burning the orb, and subsequently passed out. Right above the coffee bar. With her there in the wheelchair, the killer wouldn't have been able to drop the suitcase down onto the doctor. Good point. However, according to Sarge, she woke up just as someone was trying to move her in the wheelchair. Ah! Someone was pushing my wheelchair. What? I was so scared I beat a hasty retreat as fast as my wheels could take me. She must have been in the killer's way and had to be moved. Isn't that right, Mr. Addison Wimperson? If the killer had pushed the wheelchair with his bare hands, we may yet find the conclusive evidence we need. Exactly. Fortunately for us, that evidence slipped right through the killer's fingers. He'd only been able to hold on to it just a little tighter. But now, he's neither able to discard nor alter it. Honestly, that piece of evidence wasn't even supposed to be here in this courtroom today. And yet, it looks like sometimes things do get better. But this wasn't supposed to happen. No? Well, too bad. Because the evidence that sped away from you that night has come back to haunt you, right here in this very trial. Your Honor, the defense's final piece of evidence is on this person.
Take that!
That's... On the night of the murder, Sarge passed out, only to come to and find that someone was pushing her wheelchair. That's when she fled back into her room. She didn't physically see a single soul after that. Not until Athena drew her out through that therapy session, that is. While the killer was able to wipe the prints of the on the suitcase, the same can't be said for the prints that got away. My fellow Corinians. Well, Mr. Paul Addison's Wimperson, try to explain your way out of this one. The podium is all yours. Paul Addison, savior of Corine. I am not a crook. My political career can't end like this. I'm destined for great things. Something's wrong. This isn't real. It's a dream. No nightmare. Oh, huh? What? Wait, really? Wait, no way. Banzai, banzai. Oh, please. Wait. Don't go. No, no, please. Mr. Addison Wimperson, are you alright? Bailiff, get him to the first aid station, on the double. Well, this is yet another unexpected turn of events. In light of everything that's been revealed, it seems the relic is indeed the Founder's Orb. And it seems Mr. Paul Addison Wimperson can be considered a suspect in Dr. Buff's murder. Apollo, I want to thank you for everything. Thanks to you, I didn't have to keep bending the truth. I don't know what I would have done without you. Don't mention it. You were amazing today, Apollo. Well, I couldn't have done it without Dirk.
A dragon never yields.
A dragon never yields. Every lawyer should take that to heart. As it seems both sides have no further objections, would Dirk Samadhi please take the stand? This court awards the orb to the Defiant Dragons per stated transfer agreement. Should the Kingdom of Crine claim ownership, the matter may have to be deliberated in court all over again. I just hope, or shall I pray, or shall I say pray, that I'm not the judge presiding over that one. Indeed, a trial like that might spark an international incident. Still, there are bigger and more momentous things astir in the air. The revolution. Looks really serious about this. This court is adjourned. Is that the end of the game? It can't be, right? Nice work, son. Finally broken through the last obstacle on the road to revolution. Revolution? It just doesn't even seem real. Yes, well, to think you actually defeated the Fighting Phoenix. All I can say is that's my boy. Ha! Well, Mr. Wright did have his hands tied. Who knows about everyone if he'd been able to fight me head on. I see it more like you saved Mr. Wright. Saved him? Yeah, remember what he said? He didn't have to bend the truth anymore. And it was all thanks to you. I don't know about that. Still, I guess it is kinda nice to be appreciated. Mr. Dirk? Now that the Holy Mother's face has been revealed, are you going to have a spirit medium try channeling her? Everyone would love to see the return of the legendary founder. Yeah, just think about it. Being able to speak to someone right out of the history books. Unfortunately, it's not that easy. What? Why? A face isn't enough. You also need the true name of the one you're attempting to channel. Oh right, Pearl mentioned something like that. The founder's true name is only known priestess. The priestess who's been crowned queen. In short, the only living person who knows it is the current queen of crime, Garen. Oh, so without her help, we won't be being the founder anytime soon? That's no fun. Maya knows the name. So Dirk, what will you do now? First, I'll start by tracing the route by which the orb came into Dr. Love's hands. Since we know it was Paul Addison that asked the doctor to study it, isn't he the one who stole it? No, a political nobody like him couldn't get anywhere near the orb, let alone steal it. He must have had inside help. My money is on someone connected to the royal family. Oh right, you said something to that effect back in the cave. Whoever it may be, we need to expose their dirty scheme to the light of day. Well, I'm sure Mr. Wright has plenty of information, courtesy of his dirty clients. He might be able to shed some light on this. Private Justice! That was fine work you did at the trial today. You did your sergeant proud. Back at you, Sarge. It took real courage to leave your room like that. It's all thanks to you and Corpsewoman Sykes. My siege defense over. I can finally sally forth. But the battle only just begun. One for me and me alone to fight. You lose your mother, and then your father. What a terrible thing to endure. Yeah, and being wheelchair bound doesn't help. Private Justice. I've been thinking. It's about time I stood on my own 2 feet. After all, I no longer have a puppet to coddle me. Huh? I'm afraid I don't follow. Take a good look, soldier. This is one small step for man, and one giant leap for me. Hold my drone for me, would you, Private Justice? Yes, sir. What is she up to? She's gonna stand up. Whoa. She's standing? What is this? Sarge, you mean your legs? They're... The doctor told me I was ready to walk again months ago. But if I admitted I could walk, I knew I'd have to leave the house. So I faked it. Makes sense, but... I kept pretending I couldn't walk. But I know Papa's watching over me now, and I'd hate to disappoint him. So, from this day forth, I'm going to march forward on my own 2 feet. What a brave kid, trying to move forward like this. It must be so hard this soon after her father's death. Don't you ever stop. You just keep walking, comrade. Stay brave, because there will be days when you'll want to stop. But I have faith you'll find a way to muster the strength and push through them. Yeah, you can do it. Hey, Daddy's back. Mr. Wright. What's that look on his face for? Oh, Apollo. Is everything alright with Miss Faye? She's safe, for now. Well then, we'd better go save her, quick! Where is she anyway? I'm afraid I have some bad news. Huh? Maya's not here in the States. She's still in Khura'in. And she's still being held hostage by the mastermind behind this whole thing. The mastermind? That's right, Paul Addison Wimperson was nothing more than a pawn. Maya's true abductor is in the kingdom of Khura'in. What? I don't understand, Mr. Wright. What in the world is going on over there? But as shocking as that news was, it was only the beginning. The beginning of something big. Big enough to shake Khura'in to its very core. Revolution. I was being swept up in a mighty wave that nothing could stop. Of course, at the time, I had no idea what the days ahead had in store for us. What? Is that not the end of the episode? It's not! Okay! I thought that was the end of the episode. Wow, okay. Ooh, okay. That's the end of my stream, I think. We'll continue this tomorrow or on Friday, probably. But, I'll see what happens, and... Oh, I'm so excited, dude. Oh, we're gonna face off against the Prime Minister of Justice, aren't we? Okay, that's awesome. See what happens. See you guys then.